So if IT is ready, we'll, as soon as I get a thumbs up or some indication. Okay, welcome. I'd like to call the December 2nd, 2021 regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission to order at 6:02 p.m. Please turn off your cell phones or set them to vibrate. Agendas and speaker slips are available in the back of the room. Let the record reflect that 4 planning commissioners are present, with Commissioner Susan Sherrod absent. And next item is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We start each meeting with oral communications, where anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda may request to do so by filling out one of the white speaker slips in the back of the room and handing it to the commission clerk. Comments or questions during oral communications cannot be addressed or discussed by the planning commission or staff, but may be referred to the appropriate staff. Dina, do we have any oral communications?
We do. We have one this evening, and that is Geraldine Kessler.
Okay. Just try talking and see if we hear you. Not hearing it. We'll get it there. The cavalry to the rescue. Yep.
I would like to speak of the environmental nightmare project on Melba, the Staver project on Melba Road that is slated to take down a mature grove of Torrey pines plus 176 other trees, in addition to 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo a beautiful historical home built in 1938, all based on the ill-advised AB 2345 density bonus bill. But I can't, because I listened to the Traffic Commission meeting, and the residents that live behind TJ Maxx are under assault from the riffraff that continues to park on their streets, do drugs, drink alcohol, litter, and vandalize their homes in the area for over a year now. I don't get why it hasn't, the safety of these longtime residents, been addressed. The residents seem to think it is the Encinitas Resort Apartments that is directly across from them that has new management and charges extra monthly fee for additional vehicles on the property. I'm not sure what it is, but I feel that this area had been overlooked when I heard a young mom crying and pleading her case, and an 82-year-old man speak about the dangers they experience on a daily basis with the possibility of retribution when they report it. It's extremely unsettling, especially with the proximity of the Sheriff's Department. The Traffic Commission came to the conclusion that the parking for future projects will be extremely important, so none of the existing communities would have to deal with the overflow problems, parking problems, that could potentially threaten the safety of the Encinitas longtime tax-paying residents. Then last week, I listened to you approve a new housing mixed-use project on 2nd Street that did not address the overflow parking. I encourage you to listen to the message from the Traffic Commission from the meeting of November 8th before it's too late and these large or small housing projects have these unintended consequences, destroying existing peaceful neighborhoods like the one behind TJ Maxx and Kohl's. Just wanted to mention the second submission on that Staver project has at least 10 fewer parking spots, and I think this will impact our neighborhood even more than this one. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Okay, next item is changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the published agenda?
There are none.
Okay, we now move on to the main part of our agenda. The main part of our agenda is normally divided into consent calendar, regular agenda, and commission reports. First item is consent calendar. These items are considered non-controversial or routine in nature. All consent calendar items are typically voted on collectively in a single motion without any staff presentation, public comment, or commission deliberation. However, if a member of the public or a commissioner has requested a consent calendar item be heard, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and be given an individual hearing. To pull an item from consent, a member of the public should submit a pink speaker slip for the specific item, and the item will be given an individual hearing. Items removed from the consent calendar will be heard individually immediately after the consent calendar vote. Tonight's consent calendar is made up of 4 items. Item 6A, approval of the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of August 5th, 2021. Item 6B, approval of the minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of August 19th, 2021. Item 6C, Camino Encinitas Plaza Automotive Repair Parking Conversion, case number multi 002762-2018, and this is a public hearing to consider a major use permit and coastal development permit to allow an auto repair center and a parking study to allow full auto repair uses and an option for a portion for retail office uses. Staff is recommending this item be continued date certain to December 2nd, 2021. The project is located at, 330 North El Camino Real in New Encinitas. And finally, item 6D is the cancellation of the January 7th, 2021 regular Planning Commission hearing. Let's see. So, are anybody pulling any items?
No.
No? And do any commissioners wish?
I would actually like to make it a change to the August 18th minutes.
Okay.
So that's item 6B, and I'd like to pull that, please.
Okay.
Okay.
And Chair, if I can make just one minor correction, the continuance of the auto center is to December 16th.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, correct. Okay.
And I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, so 6A, 6C, and 6D?
That's, I've pulled B.
Yeah,
So
correct.
A, C, and D.
Correct.
I'd second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, call the question.
Let's see. Did your voting come up, Bruce?
No. Hang on. There we go.
Okay. All right, so the motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sherrod being absent.
Okay,
Okay, I assume we don't need a staff report?
not at all.
And I think on item 6B, I should disclose that I was recused for item 8A, but I was here for the rest of the items, so I'll vote on that portion.
And the note I would like to make is between item 7, where we close the consent calendar, and item A, the regular agenda, where you recused yourself and left the room, I would like that to be recorded in the minutes, if possible.
Okay,
I think it's, and I think we went to the end of the day. I don't think you returned after that, did you? Or no, you were here for the Scripps Hospital.
Yep.
So if we can also add a notation
for when he returned.
prior to 8B saying that Commissioner Ayler's returned.
Okay, I'll update
And that's
those.
the only update I would like.
Okay,
And
Do we
if
need to have
everyone's okay
those-
with that, I'd make a motion to
okay.
okay that update, or I don't know.
And-
You'll make the update, you'll bring it back to us.
Okay,
And as I recall, I didn't leave the room, but I dropped off the Zoom.
Yeah, it
And
was,
rejoined.
thank you, but I just wanted it in the minutes.
sure.
I'd second that motion.
Cool.
Okay, but you do want me to make a clean copy and bring them back, or?
I think that would probably be best.
Okay,
So we just need consensus for now, and we'll vote on it to approve them when they come back next time.
yeah, we'll do that. Sounds
Thank
good?
you. Thank you very much, Dina.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. See, there were no items removed from the consent calendar, or they were, we just handled them, and we're on to the regular agenda. So next, we move on to the regular agenda item. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item should submit a pink speaker slip to the commission clerk. On tonight's regular agenda, we have only one item, and that is item 8A, Objective Design Standards, and that's case number PLCY 004755-2021. And this is a continued public hearing to consider amending Chapter 23.08 Design Review and Chapter 30.16 Residential Zones of the Encinitas Municipal Code, the downtown Encinitas, the North 101 Corridor, the Encinitas Ranch, and and Cardiff by the Sea specific plans, and the city's design guidelines. New laws require the City of Encinitas to review proposed housing primarily based on objective standards, such as specific design requirements, rather than on subjective standards which allow discretion. The amendments are related to the creation of objective standards which will be utilized in reviewing future multifamily and mixed-use development projects. The meeting was continued, I believe, with public meeting open so that we may receive additional public comments tonight. So are there any new disclosures that we didn't disclose last time? And Jennifer, do we need a staff report update? No staff report? And so is there a public comment?
There are no speakers.
No speakers, okay. So with that, we will go back into deliberation where I believe we were at section 2.6. Okay, on page 35. Yeah.
Page numbers. I kept all the page numbers. the
Yes,
same.
yes, very much like that.
And yeah, I was going to make a comment on that. I wanted to thank you very much. This is the third time I've seen this agenda report, and I still have the same page numbers. It's beautiful.
There you go. Okay. So starting on 2.6, were there any comments? Did we talk about 2.61? We did to some degree, right?
I feel like we did.
Yes, we talked about the buffer, so in areas of 0 to 5 feet, or less than 5 feet, or less than 5, or greater than 5, what that buffer would look like for screening purposes, and then also focusing on that shared property line between low-density and high-density properties.
Okay. And I had one more question. Can a container planter be used as a landscape buffer? Are we considering that acceptable? I think we should be explicit in whatever we do, so.
I would accept it.
Minimum size on that? Can they just put a little 6-inch pot out there and that'd be good? Just trying to be objective.
Yep.
So the next section is about the privacy screening sizes.
Oh, okay.
So 261?
261 is 262. It says landscape privacy screening shall include.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have any problem with that.
Now, we feel we discussed the mature size of screen planting must be compatible with and not obstruct solar access as provided by State Solar Shading Act. Is that, what is the State Solar Shading Act, and what kind of restrictions does that place on things of that nature?
I would have to look the specificity of that up again. but it provided a standard in which we could apply for solar access.
Is there a specific state solar shading access act? I mean, or is that just a generic term for?
Oh, no. Well,
what
this
might happen?
seems to refer to a state solar shading act.
Yeah, maybe it should be capitalized if it, I mean, is it AB something something? or-
Right, 'cause now it just looks like a sentence. And if it's got if it has an identifier, AB, whatever, SB, that would be good to have. Because if I'm using this to like, yes, my one-stop know everything thing, it should have a link at least to,
Right.
you know, if it
Yeah.
refers to outside documents, I should know.
I'm good with that.
I like that.
Yeah. I think I'd just like to know what's in that too, what the statutory requirements are.
So Jennifer, if you can hunt that down and add that in, I'd be good with everything I see here.
Okay, I will do that.
Could we maybe also get an email with just at least a hyperlink to the act so we could read through it, or? Anything else in 2.6?
Not for me.
Anything in 2.7?
For me, yes.
Nope.
2.7.1.
Okay.
This is regarding loading zones. So we're saying they cannot be in travel lanes, and then we go on to say that they cannot be adjacent to residential dwelling units or common open space. And then furthermore, they're screened from public view. I feel like we're providing a lot of criteria that on a tighter mixed-use site, it may not be achievable to always keep it away from the common open space, away from their units. I mean, at some point, you run out of site area.
How about if you put an or in there or visually screen it if it is adjacent?
No worries.
We're on page 30.
We moved.
Seven, I
page
think.
in, so,
Yeah, you didn't miss a lot of the item 8A.
so we stepped through 2.6 and we're looking at 2.7 right now.
Bruce, I think what you're suggesting is addressing or starting to address my concern. If you said
Yeah.
it would not be adjacent to those things, or it would be screened
Right,
with landscape.
where it's physically, I mean, I don't even have to have the, but,
Yeah,
or
not even
screened is all
landscape,
I'm
yeah,
looking
just
for.
screened, correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
just so that it doesn't negatively impact or the impact is mitigated when it is adjacent. What about, what does everyone else think?
If I could just ask for one further clarification, sorry, Kevin. Are these loading zones for the commercial use of a mixed-use thing? Or are these loading zones intended to be like for tenants to move in on moving day, park a van and move a couch in or something?
We do have our off-street standards that speak to both commercial and multifamily residential products.
So this would apply to either one of those items?
Right. And I would support it applying to both, because they're both going to be used in a very similar fashion. I mean, I can't imagine that a residential loading zone at a multifamily isn't going to occasionally get a commercial truck in there. Certainly a big moving truck in, a 26-footer or something, and they're going to be making noise for a while.
Okay. Back to Kevin, I guess I was okay with adding "or" in there. but-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally, that was all I was going to say. I've already crossed out the and wrote in the or, and I love it. It says what the intent is.
Okay. Any other, is that consensus here? I'm not hearing any objections. We'll move on, say we have consensus. Can we move on to 2.8? And Jennifer, I'm assuming you're going to renumber the 281s, 281s? Yeah, okay, so we can just look past that. If nothing in 2.8, I'm on to 2.9. In 2.9.2, it speaks to trash recycling, and I'm wondering, that's really what 2.8 is? It's redundant a bit, I think. 2.9.2. There. In about 6 lines down, trash and recycling enclosures. Is that not covered in the previous section? And so all I was trying to do is move that same requirement, put it up in the trash, and we'll treat trash recycling centers as one type of use, and then ancillary structures wouldn't have to necessarily also include them. I don't know.
No, that makes sense, although it easily fits in both places.
Yeah. If you guys are good with it, I'm good with it. It's just,
Yeah, I think
Just
it's, the important message is in here. I don't think we could be cleaner, but I don't know if we really need to be.
and then in 2.9.5, the 2%, where was that?
Or 5%.
Or sorry, 5%. Yeah, 5% I found confusing. 5% of what?
Of the guest vehicular parking spaces.
Does that mean for every 20 vehicle spaces, you provide one bike space? Bike rack? And is it a single bike rack, or is it a,
It would be the 1 2-bike capacity rack. It's a standard that I saw like on the National Bike website that I was, because I was trying to find existing standards that are out there, and this was one that I read.
and do we have like a minimum of 2? So if you have 19 units, do they put in one bike rack?
For 2 bikes.
With 2, okay.
Just to play that out a little bit, if this is based on the guest parking and you require, I don't know what the ratio is, 1 guest parking space for every 4 units or something like that. So, and then you're going to take 5%, you would potentially provide 1 bike for up to 80 units? Am I doing my math right?
Yeah, is the intent to do guest parking or resident parking?
Yeah.
There's 2 different aspects. So we're looking at short-term bicycle parking as well as long-term bicycle parking. So that's why there's 2 different
Okay,
bicycle
wow.
types.
so 295 is short-term bicycle
Oh,
parking.
I would point out that projects that use density bonus are not required to provide guest parking. So if you trigger it to the guest parking, it'll always be 0.
Okay, I read that differently. I read long-term resident bike parking as being the enclosed, the secure enclosed bike storage, as opposed to short-term. In my mind, I immediately went to, oh, that's a rack, a decorative rack outside that you chain your bike to.
That's
that-
correct,
so
for the
I-
short term.
Well, yeah, short-term would be like that. But I think where the long-term is here too, it's the same fixture, it's just a different number. So when you say, when this says long-term resident bicycle parking, it's not any type of secure parking per se, where you enclose and have a padlock on the enclosure. You've seen these like at commuter stations and stuff. I misread that.
It could be.
It could be, but it's not mandatory that type is required.
No, but it would be some kind of enclosure aspect of bicycle racks so that you're not creating that, like what you would see at a school where you just have this long row.
What is the guest parking rate, to Steve's point?
So I was just thinking about the density bonuses is, I think, a 0 for density bonus projects.
But how about non-density bonus projects? What is the, it's still a fraction, right?
It's a fraction.
And so if you have 200 units, or let's say 300 units, and then you have 20 guest parking, you're going to have 2 guest bicycle parking capacity.
And we're supposed to be encouraging residents to be riding their bikes
Yeah.
to and from different locations. It's like, you don't want to come back and take it to the back room and lock it in that little locker. You want to just chain it up front.
When we allow for long-term or require long-term parking, is that long-term parking that is dedicated or in any way restricted so that short-term visitors can't use it?
That's the idea behind the enclosed, it needs to be enclosed.
Okay.
Because it could be within their own unit space.
But if a project proposed like a bike corral that was screened from view and it had room for 20 bikes in there,
A bike room.
a bike room, but could the developer just say, I'm gonna have enough in there for long and short-term parking, and everybody has equal access to a lockable space for their bike?
Maybe a better way is to say enclosed, protected, or, a word that conveys that long-term means that it's protected from the weather.
I'm not, I'm fine with the way the long-term
Okay.
provisions read. And I'm not so concerned about the weather protection, because it's within there. They have the ability to provide that, but they're not obligated to provide that. I guess I'm just asking, would the short-term bikes be able to be parked in the same location? Are we saying that they have to be outside of in a separate location?
I don't think we're saying that. We do saying that they have to be provided short-term bicycle parking spaces. We're not saying that they really can't, where they can or can't be. They have to be within 200 feet of the main entrance, readily visible. That's basically it, the only 2 requirements.
Yeah. I'm looking at the 5% of the guest parking and thinking that's an
low.
incredibly low number.
That's very low.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, it's like you mentioned, let's say a housing project with 300 units, 300 parking spots. That would be racks for 15 bikes out front.
No, 300.
5%, if we did just the residents. If we did the guests, then it's like, it's a bike or 2.
Yeah,
You can't
exactly.
take your bike anywhere. You have to carry it inside
Yeah.
or clog it up in the lobby. So I was looking at 300. I was saying we should, instead of doing guest vehicular parking spaces, we should look at overall vehicular parking spaces. Or base it not on the parking spaces, but base it on the dwelling units. Is that something that would be possible?
I mean, you guys can recommend anything you would like. I'm thinking in the sense of siting and purpose with the guest bicycle parking. I'm just trying to think, I think that's why they did the short term in more of a sense of a guest service versus a resident service, because you're providing bicycles for the residents through the long term. And so how do you provide bicycles for the short term? It's as like a guest coming to visit, maybe they're riding their bike.
Could we say something like, bicycle parking should be provided 25% of the total number of units? And of that number, 25% of them have to be available for guest parking or guest bikes.
That would work for me.
Okay.
And, I would like it to be not just restricted for guests. It's like if I'm coming back from the store, I want to be able to.
That's my
it's
intent.
just
Not
free for all.
controlled as a tenant only. Like anybody coming to the building could sit would have access to bikes.
Yeah, I would like that, as long as we have a formula where we come up with a reasonable amount of spaces and they're allocated so that some of them are not locked safely away, some of them are for, basically transient use throughout the day,
Right.
which is
Yeah.
how people are,
But would it still be the description here that enclosed lockers for individual bikes or dedicated space, or an enclosed bicycle storage area with bicycle racks? I mean, that's the long-term description.
Yes.
Short-term parking, bike parking, is simple racks on a little sidewalk alcove. But my only question is the number is, in my mind, wholly insufficient.
I'm not sure
where
we need
wanna
to tell
go.
them how, like, if they want to provide enclosable lockers for guests, for short-term parking, then go, so be it. I agree with you, Bruce, that the number is too low for short-term. I also think, though, the number is too high for long-term. It's 50% of the units have a bike, so in a 100-unit project, there's going to be 50 bikes. That seems a little high to me.
Well, I think it's question, is it high now, and will it be high in the not-too-distant future also? So, but going back to there's a little bit of, we're asking that it be a protected area for the long term, and in the short term, we're saying keep it within 200 feet of the front door. And I do believe there is a huge need to have short-term parking, just a simple place to securely lock. Otherwise, where will they get locked? They'll get locked to fire hydrants, they'll get locked to, things you don't want them
agree.
locked to.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
contest that.
So-
I would say we need to adjust the ratio of short-term. I think it's good that it be accessible close to the entryways.
Okay.
I think the intent is to encourage bike riding, so I think we want to make it as easy and clear as possible for the developer to include it and have it in a variety of configurations where, for example, maybe they make extra space within their one space, of their parking or whatever. Anything we can do to just make it a little simpler.
I think I agree. And
What if we
No, I
just
don't
said
think anybody
10% of the units, there would be a bike for one for every 10 units in the project?
you're talking about.
For the short-term bikes.
That's then more the number I was thinking.
Okay. And I would ask that maybe we clarify, I don't think we need to be in the business of specifying whether it's a 2-bike rack or a 1-bike rack or not. We just say we want you to have a rack available or a lockable space for 10%.
X
Of the
number of
units.
bikes.
My thought on yeah, I understand. I think the reason they specify 2 is that typically you have one side or the other side of a lockable feature. And so you put up 1, you've really put up 2. And so take credit for that 2, just have enough parking area around the fixture. So,
I just think that we're bridging into specifying a specific bike rack. And if the developer can only say front load the bikes and just needs to put 2 side by side,
okay.
that should satisfy it
Fair enough.
versus having to have them loaded from both sides.
So I would agree with that. You're saying change this so it's not racks, it's bike spaces.
We're only
lock-
regulating number of bikes.
Number of bikes. I agree with that.
Based on number of units.
Anybody?
I totally go with that, because I'm picturing like the bike rack that looks like a spiral. It's like how
Yeah.
many, it could be one rack that holds 6 bikes easily enough.
Yeah. Steve's architect mind immediately went to the front loaded, and that's like, yeah, you got me there. That would only be 1 bike in that rack, and so let's. It sounds like we have consensus to change it to per bike, and the proposal on the table for the short term is 1 out of 20 units, 1 per 20 units, bike. 1 per 10. I'm sorry, you said 1 per 10. I was
1 per
thinking 2
20 is
again.
what was
1
proposed.
per 10.
And that's
So-
of dwelling units?
Dwelling units, yeah. Total dwelling units, or fraction thereof.
And with a minimum of 2-bike capacity.
Okay, I would
Put
be.
that in, and however they
How
want
do
to
you-
do that.
I'm
minimum of
sorry,
2.
I mean,
For the short term,
if you had a
1 per
project
10.
of 10 units, 10-unit project, you would be required to provide 1 Or
He's
you're
saying-
saying as a minimum of 2 bike
Yeah.
spaces per
Yeah.
It would have
project?
to be that one where you could lock up on both sides, for instance.
Well, I guess I'm trying to move away from just specifying
Yeah.
what kind of rack it handles these two.
No
I just
interest
want to
in doing that.
specify
I'm
the
just
number
saying
of
that-
bikes.
Instead, if it comes down to where you only have to do one spot, I'm saying you have to do two and more.
The 1 per 10 will get us there because the way that it's written at the beginning is that this is for 20 or more units. So if you're
Okay.
wanting it for less than 20 units, then we can continue that thought.
That's perfect.
sorry.
Thank you for your
Which,
clear thinking.
by the way, the 5% is 1 out of 20, but that was a 2 bike rack, so we're right where we were. Thank you.
But
we just-
we are basing this not on guests.
Not on guests.
vehicular
It's on
parking
total
spots,
units.
But by dwelling units. That's the big.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is the big difference. We switched from the guest, yeah. Sorry, you're
that's-
absolutely
So
correct.
that's where the big gain comes.
Yeah. Okay, it sounds like we have consensus, 1 per 10 with a minimum of 2 bike spaces. For the short term, long term is okay the way it is?
Is
just-
it high? I mean, I just did the same math that Steve just pointed out and was like, so if we have 100 units and we're providing 1 bike space for every 2 units, that's a 100-unit place might have 100 car slots and 50 bike slots. It feels like a lot. And they're not just bike slots, they're locked up in a special room.
And would this storage space count towards the total storage requirement that the multifamily has to meet? The private storage space?
Yeah.
This would be in addition to.
Could
Why
we-
wouldn't we want to have 1 per unit?
Let me get this question, then we can go to yours. Could we say that, could we put something in here that says it does count towards the private storage? Where it's a secured, enclosed, or whatever?
I don't see an issue with that, if that's what you all
Yeah.
desire.
I'm just trying to, it does seem a little high, but we also always have to meet the private storage. And it seems like, especially with these multi-$1,000, like $2,000 electric bikes, they're becoming much more common. My personal belief is you will see 1, possibly 2 per half of the units. And so maybe this gets into Susan's question. This may be low actually in the future, but we don't want to
But
jump all the way
the
there.
market will determine that, right? If it's low in the future, the owners won't rent their spaces, they'll have to provide more parking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got it.
That's okay.
Well, but we are trying to set minimum standards, objective minimum standards, and so, and we're also trying to encourage the use of bikes and e-bikes in the future. And I look at them and I go, those are pretty expensive assets, so are bicycles. And that's something that, if I lived in a multifamily, I would either be carrying it up to my apartment every time, or I would look to have a very secure, lockable location. So,
The problem with only 1 for every 2 units is that it pretty much says to people, 50% of you won't own a bike here because it's just too much trouble for you to take your bike in and out. And I know that because, I've lived in buildings where there was no secure bike parking. You have a carport for the car, it's open, but you
Yeah.
have no secure bike parking. So you can put your bike in the carport with padlock or whatever, but, it's not really secure. It could disappear.
yeah. But I think, and then Steve's on the other side of that, saying that 1 for 2, that's probably in excess of what we've required in the past, right?
Yeah, and I don't want this requirement to suddenly be a hindrance. Ultimately, one of our goals is to provide housing or to encourage housing in the city. And if you put this in as an obstacle because the developer can't provide such a high parking count, it's just going to become an obstacle, even though it's in the intent is to say, encourage a more healthy lifestyle.
What if the square footage is allowed to count towards the requirement we already have on the books of private, if it's lockable, secure storage, that in that case, it could be used as storage space. And to my mind, that's a win-win, because now, when they do meet our requirement, they're making it a central lockable location that if they make it usable to bicyclists, then it's that much more secure. Now, if it was just a rack in a little alcove, that's not enclosed or lockable, individually lockable, so therefore it wouldn't count towards the storage space requirement.
I think I'm tracking. I would allow that storage closets or the storage requirement could be used to store your bikes.
That's in essence what I'm saying, is that you could use, and I would only support it if it was lockable to the individual unit, to where one bike owner has the key to one. I don't want a group bicycle closet, because again, it doesn't provide that private storage like is required in the code.
I think it's important to me that you don't mandate that structured space be provided for parking, that the ability to do a fenced-in area with, some secure space to park 20 bikes is still an option.
Yes.
That they don't have to build it, out of walls.
And the way I'm thinking, the only difference is that would not count towards the private storage space because it's not private, but the enclosed private bike space, lockable,
Right.
would. And so it's kind of a way to,
I'm in agreement with you, Bruce, but I'm not sure I'm not sure I'm seeing that as a justification to keep the ratio so high. The ratio still seems high to me.
well, Susan thinks it's low, so.
Well, another thing I wanted to ask about is, like how at the train stations, you'll see those clear structures, and they have a monthly pass, and so they have like a pass card. They could come in, and their bike is still locked with a padlock inside it, right? And it's all digitally with an app, how they renew their payment. So for a situation like this, are we providing that it's free or included with their unit? Or is there a possibility that the developer might contract with a provider that charges a monthly rate?
That feels beyond the kind of purview of the guideline, I think, whether it's getting charged for or not.
Yeah.
State law is pretty clear that for parking, you can't link them. They have the right to charge separately for cars.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree. I wasn't even thinking that. I'm just trying to solve the entitlement question of what gets built on the ground and what's the minimum objective requirement for this. So I think the remaining question we have, and I don't know if the other, Steve and I have both said what we think. I don't know, Chris or Kevin or Susan?
So I think that the one space for every 2 units seems reasonable. I think that most families would have at least one bike. If they would, most families would have at least one bike that they would want to lock, especially if they have children or somebody that does have an e-bike. Speaking of my family, we have 5 people and probably 7 bikes.
But are you
So,
renting a one-bedroom apartment? Are you renting a one-bedroom apartment?
I'm not, but not everybody's going to be a one-bedroom apartment in the complex either. And you might have a one-bedroom apartment that has 3 people living there, or sometimes 4.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we can look at the number of bedrooms and really extrapolate particularly how many people there are going to be or how many bikes there are going to be, because, my neighbor across the street's a bike rider and he's got several bikes just for himself. So, and these apartments, while they might be a one-bedroom, that doesn't mean that they're going to be inexpensive and that they're going to be people that can't afford to buy nice bikes that are going to be living there. With really only buy one bike. So I think that the one space every 2 units seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think we've also offered the option. There's, enclosed lockers for individual bicycles, dedicated space within each unit, which is how, like, most people I know have a $2,000 or $3,000 bike would be, that'd be living inside with them. And an enclosed bicycle storage area with bicycle racks, which was the option. I think we say we didn't really like that option, a shared room with
Oh, I like
bikes
that
in it.
option a lot.
Yeah, but I think under
But-
what Steve and I
but
were
we wanna
throwing
try
back
and-
forth, it's allowable.
I think those shared facilities, like at train stations, are insured. I think your monthly fee includes insurance.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure that enters into what we would be entitling. That would be up to the builder and the operator of the multifamily, how they want to ensure that.
I think the ratio is the thing, the big stumbling block we've got. I've heard
Yeah.
100, something less than 50, 100. Honestly, I'm kind of more in the 100 range myself. I could go either way. I don't know. Where are you coming in at that?
I am probably at the 50%. I'm with Chris, but I would first ask, what is our current requirement, if any?
For bicycle spaces in multifamily, there are none.
Yeah, so this is one of those cases where 5 years from now, 1 per 1 is probably closer to, maybe closer, but we're 0 for 1 right now. And jumping straight to that full parking, I'd like to, I would be supportive of starting at 1 for 2, and then if in a few years we see that there's a lot more need, then we could change that, but.
And this is also going from here to council, and this does strike me as one of the points they may have debate upon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would be good with going along with staff's recommendation based on that.
Okay. So I think we have consensus for that. We're above, we're below, and we have 3 in the middle. So it's perfect. 1 for 2?
So where are we on, I got the 1 for 2. Where are we on the idea, though, that maybe that this would count towards the private storage requirements?
But only in the case where it's locked and secured for one bike, one owner.
So if it's located within their unit?
No.
Or
So
even-
here's my thought on that, and Steve, see if this still meets with what you were if you agree. They could have a storage room downstairs, easier access to the ground floor. In that room, there could be closets, there could be classic bike storage, roll in, park, lock. But that way people could bring their bike inside. It would be behind a closed door. It would be in a locked facility with its own dedicated enclosure. In that one case, the volume and the square footage of that space, I think, should count towards the overall. Because quite frankly, I think more people will use that kind of storage. And I think it could count against this long-term storage number of spaces.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. I mean, I think people will have X amount of storage, they're gonna put boxes there, they're gonna put their $3,000 bike. I mean, I do know that bike storage is gonna have a different design parameters than if you just had to like have enough cubic footage to store boxes. You know, bikes are heavy now, and
Sure, it can't be a storage thing that's mounted up over the hood of a car, right? I mean, it's got to be
Exactly.
accessible to a bike, but
Yeah.
but it's
I
an
don't-
option, and you could use it.
I don't know if that's true.
Oh, yeah, maybe you lift
Because
it up,
people hang bikes upside down on hooks, and there could be hooks inside that storage, and that quite actually may be the ideal location for it.
Yeah, e-bikes have really big lead batteries inside of them.
Not lead.
I
lithium
don't know
ion.
what's in them. They feel like, trust me, I picked one up, it felt like lead. They're heavy.
okay.
They're not
Granted,
the
granted.
10 speeds of yore.
Could we clarify one thing, that enclosed, is that mandate that it be roofed and like a solid wall, or could this be screened and then like secured? Could it be a fence
It could be fenced.
around?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my mind's eye, I keep thinking of the enclosures you find at train stations and other places. So, and those are typically enclosed. But if it was, in a secure room, like in a storage room, then fenced would work for me. I just want it enclosed. I don't want them having one wide open room, with it, bikes get thrown in there willy-nilly, and that counts towards private storage, because that's not private. So the fundamental concept I'm going after is that it is
excuse me.
private.
Yeah, and I guess I had moved past, I wasn't questioning it as it relates to the using it as private storage. I'm saying,
Yeah.
I thought we had consensus on that part.
Okay.
The language in here where it says enclosed, say you're not trying to count it as private storage, you just say, I need to provide 20 bikes on site. Do I have to put a roof over that space for it to be enclosed, or can it be a fence that circles an area and says, it's secure?
My assumption was a fence, kind of like a bicycle corral
That's what
at
I-
school.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the word secure somewhere in there, because what we're looking for is secure storage of your bicycles. It's enclosed, but, enclosed may not imply secure.
I would support making it secure parking rather than enclosed parking.
Okay. Is there a way that we could include the concept of, like, for example, a bicycle corral with a gate? Just so that future planning commissions don't have to have a 10-minute discussion of what they think it meant?
You think this has only been 10 minutes?
I was talking about future, much smarter planning commissions.
Hey,
that,
we still have these guidelines that we're not editing, and we don't really have any guidelines for bicycle parking, but we could, but guidelines being, supposed to be taken into account and can more easily explain the intent of the standards.
I thought we weren't editing the guidelines.
Well, I know that, but we
Very
they
wise
only got to
planning
295.
commissioner warned us off that last time.
Oh, okay.
We're trying not to amend guidelines, but remember, all standards will be applied to all projects.
Mm-hmm.
So the clarification could be put into here in parentheses, or EG. Could do
Yeah.
like an EG situation.
Yeah, bicycle corral. I just want to make sure that concept, and I think that clears up one of Steve's concerns, is that it doesn't have to have a roof. At least anybody with kids that have gone through elementary know what a bicycle corral is.
And then if it's a dedicated space within each unit or outside or in another location, could count towards their storage. Is that what we said?
If it is private and lockable to one unit user, that's the fundamental difference. If it is private bicycle storage space for one bicycle, for at least one bicycle, then, and used by one unit, then I think the consensus is it should count towards the, contribute towards the private storage space.
I have a question about that as it relates to the storage space for a bicycle inside a living unit itself. I don't know if I'm not sure about that part.
Well, I think in that
That's more like
case,
a closet within a residence, right? Rather than secured storage space. That's,
yeah, that's a good question. It needs to be preferably ground floor. Do we need to mandate that it's on the ground floor, that you don't have to carry it up, or accessible via a
I guess
elevator?
I'm just thinking that if it's a closet, basically, within
Yeah.
someone's own unit, then it wouldn't count towards secured storage space.
Right.
I'm going to ask Alana to clarify storage in a unit.
Yes, typically it is a closet. I'm trying to think of, maybe the architects can speak more to this, but an example of somebody that does an extra large storage that accommodates a bicycle, but I haven't come across that.
Yeah, I tell you, my first thought is that I'm going to show a circle in the corner of the living room and say that's where the bikes goes, right? And it's secure, it's in my apartment, I've invested millions of dollars in this, thousands of dollars in this bike, and I like looking at it, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't see it as a closet in itself in the unit.
So for multifamily private storage, can it be a closet in the unit today?
We have, yes, we have counted that. Also, I will add that on balconies, sometimes they have an outdoor storage area as
Yeah.
well. But yes, that does count as their total storage.
And does an inside non-lockable closet count towards living space, or is that non-living space?
It's still living space.
And in the case where the storage is down in the garage, that's not living space, right?
Correct.
So it seems like our current code has a bit of a, not quite a loophole, but ill-defined
I think it's,
requirement.
I think it's currently defined that it has to be exterior storage, and it can be
That's what I
off,
thought.
it can be off your balcony, but it can also be off the hallway or somewhere else.
Right, or in the garage.
But I haven't seen it ever applied to being just a walk-in closet inside your unit.
I can pull up the language.
Okay.
And I think what I'm saying is that the same conditions would apply to this. It wouldn't be a circle on the living room floor or a closet off the front hallway. It would be exterior space that meets the requirements both for our private bicycle long-term storage and also meets the requirements for our private storage and multifamily.
Then I'm not sure that you'd even need to mention it, right? Because its definition is a closet, securable closet.
I
Whether
think-
it's inside the unit or outside the unit, it
Yeah,
seems moot.
I think if we wanted to count for both, I think we need to mention it here because this is a separate design guideline, objective design guideline that future planning commissions might not know our intent was to allow it to count both. Like I say, there are two ways you can solve this. This could be done as a common area where you don't get credit for the private storage, or it could be done as lockable, separate exterior private storage that is accessible to bicycles.
Private bike storage lockers could qualify as private storage space if they comply with the dimensional requirements for private storage space.
So I will say, I found the language, and Commissioner Dalton was correct. So it says, private storage space is a minimum of 200 cubic feet of lockable, enclosed storage area per unit shall be provided within a garage or carport area or within the main building. So that can be interpreted, within a unit,
But-
within the hallways of a unit, a multifamily product.
Yeah.
So-
But I think historically, we've never interpreted it as being inside the unit.
I would agree.
Okay. So I still think we should note it here because people will get into that question. If we're going to allow it, we should be clear so that future planning commissions and future staff members don't wonder or misinterpret.
So I don't know that I would support it if it was going to be dedicated space within the unit itself, which is living space.
And I think that's consistent with what we've been saying, is that it has to be, qualify on its own as exterior private storage space under the code in order to count in both places.
I mean, I'm looking more and more at the dedicated space within each unit, this sentence that's highlighted right now, and I'm thinking, do we want to just strike it? It's like, because it's very, for something that's supposed to be objective, it's very subjective. It's like, as you point out, Steve, you have a circle painted in the corner, and that's where my beautiful bike lives. Maybe it's an extra wide hallway. It's, I can see a lot of developers and a lot of just normal people reading that and seeing that as something completely different.
Yep.
It's like, I bring my bike in, I park it over here to the left of the door, where a coat rack usually goes, and that's my dedicated space within each unit. This is separate from the, how we allocate the private storage. But it seems like, basically, you could say, well, every apartment has dedicated space within each unit, because look, the hallway is wide enough to cram a bike in there.
How about the way Jennifer just modified it?
Let's see. Ah,
What page are we on?
yeah, I love this. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, good catch. I hadn't.
I just hadn't thought of the sentence yet, but that's how I was gonna.
Yeah, just, I totally read that when I read it here as being like inside your apartment.
It was.
Was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It
you
was.
read that.
good.
It was vague.
I'm glad we're on the same page, at least. I was worried.
Okay.
Oh, this is great.
So any So are we there? Do we have consensus on everything?
I feel so. I'm ready to turn the
Any
page.
questions, Jennifer? On what? Okay.
Dare we move on to page 39?
Yeah. I think so.
210. Where do we go? Okay.
So it says electrical elements shall be mounted on, or no electrical elements. My thought is we need to be a little clearer. I thought the intent was junction boxes, conduit, transformers, but lights, antennas, cameras are electrical elements too.
So the electrical elements for this section is specific to the item before it, the wires, conduits, junction boxes, ballasts, and switch and panel boxes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's clear to me.
Should it be, is that a capitalized electrical elements? So that the next paragraph would have them both capitalized?
I can make this just a subset of this instead so that it's connected clearer.
I like that. Okay.
The term cannot be seen by the public always, it doesn't strike me particularly as objective. I mean, how hard can the public work to see something, and if they can see it, then does it no longer comply?
And that was,
Yeah, how do you mount something on the front of a building where it cannot be seen? Not
Well,
like-
it's wires, conduits, junction boxes, ballasts, switch and panel boxes? Okay, switch box.
Yeah,
so
this is
on
still
my building as an example, the panels and everything is enclosed within basically a structure.
Okay,
It's not visible, so we don't have wires going up the building. And the
Gotcha.
panel boxes have, and like the fire alarm system and everything is
I
like a,
understand when you tell me now, I'm just like, yeah. I live in an old house, so I'm just like,
I know.
everything's
My house
very
in
visible at
Oklahoma
my
was
place.
1939. We had that lovely wire that hung down I could
Oh, yeah.
touch.
I don't have any real issues with
This is good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm on to 211.1.
Private open space.
Okay. Anything else on 211?
Not for me.
And I think in 3.2, standards and guidelines, we were going to split that. We talked about having, what was the full term? Design standards and design guidelines, and we'd have a section for each. We were doing that all the way through the entire document, so.
Great, I didn't have to mention that because that part's been bugging me. I keep getting halfway through and I'm not sure if I'm on standards or guidelines.
Oh. What page, yeah. And we already, the encouraged, discouraged will be corrected, or how, those will all be in guidelines only? The graphics?
Actually, this section for the grading, it was so close to what we had already written that I was treating it as both.
Well, if it's, but I think the difference is if it is objective, it can go in the standards.
Right.
But anything that's encouraged and discouraged is by definition guideline.
Right, so this right here, I'm changing encouraged to required, so yes, this one would be changed, required.
Okay, so the drawing will meet the language that it's associated with.
Just make a reminder to myself.
Yeah. But if there's any case where you have to stick with encouraged, discouraged, or shall, that would go into the guideline section.
Yes.
Like 327, if I jumped ahead. Retaining walls faced with local stone or earth-colored or textured concrete are encouraged.
What number is that?
327, I jumped ahead a page.
I missed that one.
So again, this section was standards and guidelines, so those are going to be, do we want that to be a standard? Because these are all the encourages. I could separate here. I might have missed it.
I don't know. What does everybody think on the retaining wall?
I think that's the only left encourage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But are you saying we couldn't stucco a wall? If you
Yeah.
had a
Yeah,
Spanish
I'm thinking that
house
goes in
with-
guideline.
Guideline being encouraged but not a mandate,
Yeah.
and the standard being the objective standard that they would
Yeah.
be held to.
Yep.
But I mean, literally everything else in this section is shall, required, shall.
Yeah.
It's just this one section, 3.2.7, where things are encouraged.
Yep.
So do we break out that one and put it into a guideline by itself?
I think we should.
Yep,
And we may find when the council may find that they back off on some of the required and they may want to put more in there. But I just think as a construct, if we have design guidelines separated from design standards, it'll be very easy to see which section applies here and which section don't. As soon as you put them together in the same section, then
Oh, yeah.
future planning commissions have to interpret, oh, well, that's objective. No, that's subjective.
I mean, we could easily, just as easily change the are encouraged and say, change it to are required and delete the next sentence where it talks about where practical. And then we're basically making a decision that retaining walls must be faced with local stone
But I-
or
but I-
earth-colored or textured concrete.
To Steve's point, does that say you don't allow a stuccoed retaining wall?
Yeah, no, none of that.
See, I think textured concrete is stucco to me,
Yeah, I think they're
Oh,
similar,
yeah.
but
Okay.
but
yeah, honestly, I don't have any clear guidance on this. It is, if we want to separate it, that works out.
Well, let me, you wouldn't be allowing wood-covered treatment on a retaining wall or
Right.
wood look
So I
or,
think we would have to not give these only two examples. We would have to find wording that would have some sort of enhanced treatment as opposed to,
That's a big problem for me. If you were to come through and say the city of Encinitas will only have these 3 or 4 types of walls throughout
Yeah.
the entire city.
Yeah.
I'm with Steve on this one.
so I'm good with seeing it broken out. I just don't,
Yeah.
not sure how it's going to read.
I think we've covered it elsewhere when we talked about grading and we talked about limiting the height of retaining walls. You know, the example of, that I always think of is behind the post office and behind LA Fitness, those retaining walls. You know, what are they, 25 feet straight up? And they're cinder block and they just scream at you. And quite frankly, if they were 6 feet high, step back 5 feet, 6 foot, 6 foot, step back, 6 foot, step back, 6 foot, and that limited it, they would look so much better, even if they were plain old cinder block. So,
Well, My consensus.
Okay, consensus, I think, put it in the guideline and move on. 3.3. Let's see, wait, page 45 is where I am.
Question.
Oh.
So going back up, so these 3.29, 3.210, are those guidelines or are those standards?
So I think I'm going to have to retouch on this one to get the guidelines because there's some, as you guys have noted, that talk about as possible or
Yeah,
Well,
I saw
because
as soon
the
as
ones-
where
practical.
The ones that,
practical.
yeah, as soon as practicable, I don't, that's very subjective.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
grading-
like sensitive, what is sensitive?
Yeah, that's one I had. Shall be sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, when if I go back and read the general plan and look at the grading shall be sensitive to existing natural landforms, in my mind, what that meant is if there was a unique outcropping on the site or, granite feature or, something like that, a bluff escarpment that was visible, that's something we should state objectively if there's an objective requirement to preserve that feature in a way that goes hand in hand with steep slope preservation, in my mind.
Well, we could add in the guideline, to preserve and give a list of some of those things
Yeah.
for guideline.
But for guideline, and I think it is in there, that was the intent there, but yeah, maybe it's not as explicit. I'm at a loss for how to make it objective, though, that you can make a hard and fast rule that this escarpment qualifies where this one, it's okay, and I just don't even know how to do an objective standard there. So is everybody good with Jennifer sorting like the sensitive one into the guidelines, and there was another one, I think, Chris, you named, those would go in guidelines, and anything that is truly objective would stay in the standards.
Yeah, it's like I see 3 more on like page 45.
Yeah.
Sensitive, as soon as practical, or pads shall not be significantly built up. They're all, you can't put a number on them, therefore they're guidelines.
For 3.29, natural forms, could be defined somewhere in a glossary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I think right now we can have that in the subjective, in the guidelines, but so far I have heard nothing, and I'm at a loss on how to make any of those more objective.
I'm in
But I
agreement with you,
think something
Christine.
like as soon as practical, that's pretty vague. That's pretty vague. I think we need something to pin it down
I
a
think,
little bit.
I think that's why we're moving it to the guidelines, because it is subjective and it will be maybe too difficult to try to make it objective. So it's going to move to the guidelines section, so it remains as an aspirational statement, but it's accepted that it's just never going to be an objective standard.
Isn't landscaping required for occupancy?
Instead of
no.
as soon as practical, you could do based on inspection, the building department inspection or something.
So for commercial developments that came through a design review that had landscaping, I would say yes. But for single-family homes, no. And I have seen it where there would be a condition of approval for a subdivision, let's say, that would require landscaping to be installed within the first 6 months of occupancy or first year in the front yard at a minimum.
How about multifamily?
We do not have any standards, requirements for those.
So in the case of multifamily, could we require permanent landscaping shall be installed prior to occupancy? I mean, that could be an objective standard that fills that in, only applies to multifamily We could do it to commercial too if we wanted to, right? But it would be objective. It certainly is what we expect, I think. Because once we give occupancy, we've lost any true control over the project, right?
Yep,
So,
so you can.
We can
tell-
look at what we did for the commercial standard and then apply it to multifamily.
okay, before we go there, I just want to see where the rest of the commission is. What if we made for multifamily requiring permanent landscape to be installed before occupancy? For multifamily, the things we're talking about here, right? Multifamily, what, and mixed use, I guess.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt really quickly, apologize. A project that would go through a design review requires landscape plans. And so in those cases, yes, we would require it prior to occupancy because it's part of the entire permit. So I guess I'm slightly correcting what I
Okay.
said before.
And do they really, does that really belong in this section, even if we do this here? I mean, we're talking about,
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
thinking
that
that too, because I think they're talking about like slopes, landscaping the slopes is what it's really referencing to. But yeah, I agree the way their sentence was written, that it feels like more of a landscaping comment
Okay.
and guideline than a slope landscaping
Oh.
comment.
Are we talking about 3.212?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I took that to be if you wanted to try to get trees in there to start maturing and just start their growth cycle, and you weren't done with construction, they're just saying, as soon as practical, start planting that stuff, even though you may still be framing or doing something else. That would be one way you could interpret that. Or, yeah, or do it so to the benefit of the neighbors that they get to see some landscaping. But it's understood that you're not done with construction yet.
Okay, so we'll leave it as a guideline and it'll just move into the guideline and won't change.
Right. So
That's fine.
sometimes landscaping is actually used as bluff control.
Yeah.
So I think that's what that's really referencing because this is about grading and contouring. So I think it's more of the landscaping for bluff control than it is landscaping overall.
Okay. Anything else on 46?
Where am I, 46?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got nothing on 46 or 47. Anybody else?
yeah, 48's where it really kicks in.
Okay, 48. Four, 5. What I saw, or some combination. I wanted of the above. I wanted to make sure. I guess that's okay. I would take out the word some and just say combination of the above. Or a. Anything else?
On A, 4.5, 4.4.5A, projects of 5 to 50 shall have a 10-foot wide planter from the front, or from the back of the sidewalk. Just to be clear, we're talking about to screen surface parking, right? If this was a mixed-use building that had a 0 front yard setback, you would be required to have a 10-foot wide planter.
This is about the surface parking adjacent to a street.
Okay, thank you. The range of 5 to 50 units seems like a very large range and strange range. So if you were 100 units, this doesn't apply to you? But if you were 6 units, all of this still applies?
Well, I think it's the 10-foot applies to 5 to 50, 15 feet for 50 and above, more than 50. I'm
I see,
sorry.
okay. 5 units seems like an awfully small project to me. And to have it lumped in with 50 units seems like a big discrepancy between the two. 5 units is often going to be on a much smaller lot. They may not have 10 feet to give up for planting.
Is there a recommended?
I would recommend, say, 5 to 20 gets a 5-foot buffer, and from 21 to 50 gets the 10-foot buffer.
Do you have an example of like I'm trying to think visually, what's the setback we're typically dealing with on the parking from I guess the parking can be in the setback, right? Is that what we're talking about, the difference here? We're only talking about the buffer between surface parking and the street or sidewalk edge.
Correct. So like in this image.
Yeah. So if we had a 5-unit little apartment house and they parked adjacent to the street in the front, then we would let them go down to 5 feet of buffer. Yeah, I'm good with
I would
that.
think so. In a 5-unit apartment project, you're likely to only have 5 cars, or you could potentially have only 5 cars in it, versus a 50-unit apartment project might have,
Yeah.
you know, 50 to 75 cars.
I think the argument would be for it is that when you're only screening 5 cars, you don't need as much screening. And if you're screening 20 deep cars in 3 rows, you need more. So what'd you say, 5 to 20, you'd make 5 feet?
Right.
I'm good with that.
I'd support that.
Yeah, I'm thinking of my daughter's apartment and all the apartments down in North Park, and if she's got 3 feet of screening between her and, I think there are about 5 parking spaces out front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may, Chair, the off-street parking design manual today says that all residential and front yard setbacks, parking is not permitted. And interior side, it says parking is permitted when separated from adjacent property by a 6-foot-high solid fence or wall. And then it has another side or exterior side or corner in which it says that parking is prohibited. And then in rear setbacks, it's permitted.
Say, I think I need that. I didn't quite capture it all. So in 5 units, we would not find parking allowed, or parking's not allowed in the setback area?
Front yard setback. So I guess it depends on if you have a 0, right, setback. I guess it wouldn't matter, but yeah, so front it says it's prohibited, except when necessary for access drives. So for example, you have a single-family home that has a driveway. That's the only time it's allowed in the front yard.
Yeah.
And then
So-
you have side yard setback. Sorry,
So
Jennifer.
go back to the front yard
Sure.
again.
It says for all residential, in the front yard, it says that parking is prohibited except in necessary access drive. Are we good with that one?
And then what is I'll look up the setback.
The interior side, and yeah, it's the off-street parking design manual, if you wanted to find it to share it, but it's a separate document.
But I have no problem with what Steve said. You're saying that there's additional parking manual requirements that may preclude that parking configuration anyways. But if under some waiver, exception, fill in the blank, it might be, I'm okay with having a redundant requirement that says, in the case where somehow it is allowed, that it's 5 for this range, 10, or 15.
It sounds like we're really
Seeing
only talking
nods,
about
yeah.
a street side yard for this provision, because the front side, or the front street yard is already governed by Anna's provision. which
So
is-
but remember,
Today.
our front yard setbacks are different depending on the zone. So I just brought up front yard setback for R30 is only 10 feet. So that just means that in the first 10 feet of that lot, you can't put parking, but you can put it at 12. So
Then
then
you would have 10 feet for landscape. Okay, and then you would
that,
you're
and then you're going
specifying
to buffer, right?
that 10 feet must be used
Exactly.
for landscape.
Well, yes, and in the case of, let's say, an R30 project with 100 units, it would be 15 feet, even though statutorily it's 10 feet. But the design guideline, if it was subject to design review, would push it to 15. But of course, if it's a by right program, then it'd be back at 10 feet, unless they got a waiver.
Yeah.
So I
I
don't
think-
see that these are at odds with each other. It's a little bit of belt and suspenders, which I think is a good thing, and I think it's sensible. And I've seen at least 3 nods. I haven't seen Kevin nod yet, so.
Yeah, no, I think slicing it up a little bit finer makes tons of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, a 5-unit project is vastly different from a 50-unit project, so.
Can I ask for
Five to-
one more clarification here? We have 4.4.5, and then there's an A and a B, and we're talking about a potential C, which is a lower category of units. Are A, B, and C all precluded from using the combination of earth berms, building placement, and all the other things that are listed in the opening paragraph of the 4.4.5? Seems to allow that you could screen the parking with landscaping, berms, buildings, fences, or topography, or some combination of those. And then when we move into A, B, and C, they're obligated to provide that as landscaping? What if they wanted to put a fence, the combination of fence and topography?
I think that's allowed in all 3 cases, the way I read that, but,
Okay.
but,
Can I clarify? I just want to be sure I understand that the chart that you showed a minute ago showed 10 feet as kind of the minimum setback for a new project, and yet you want to change this standard to be only 5 feet of screening, even though there's 10 feet of setback. So what else would be in the setback besides the 5 feet of, and it shouldn't be screening, should it? It should be landscaping with shrubs.
well, the setback is whatever can go into setback. So it could be lawn, it could be anything. Screening, this is the design review for parking, street side parking. And in the case where a parking lot is located near a street, there has to be 3 foot of screening, either through a berm or through bushes that will grow to a mature height of at least 3 feet. So the idea is to screen the majority of the view of the car. So I think setbacks versus parking screening, although complementary, are different specific requirements.
So if we're going to reduce to 5 feet only shouldn't it be something about landscaping there, just like in the next section, it says planted with shrubs and a minimum of 3 feet in height, but over here, 5 to 20 feet of screening. But it
Yeah.
doesn't say planted.
I haven't added it yet.
I think it's just
Okay.
the same paragraph,
So,
but with a different number.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement. So Susan, what you're looking for is that the same conditions of screening and planting on A are on B and on C. And I think Steve said the same thing, and I would support that. And I'm seeing Chris nod, everybody's nodding yes. So I think the direction to staff is the wording for all 3 sections should be the same kind of landscape screening requirement as is mostly depicted in that first paragraph before you get to the subparagraph A, B, right? So, okay. Is that clear, Jennifer? Okay.
So if I take off building placement, because that's kind of an outlier, because that wouldn't be adjacent then, the building would be. So,
Yeah.
and then, but we could use a combination of the above per the following, and I'm missing my words off the top of my head right this second, but then it could be whether it meets the A standard, B standard, or C, depending on the
Right.
number of units. Is
Right.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only difference between the 3 is the number of units and the distance, be it 5, 10, or 15. And setback still applies. Okay, that was 445 on page 48. Anything on 49? Let's see, I have 453C. I had a question about if you, when you get to that. Anybody else before 453?
I do, on A and B.
And A and B, okay.
We're saying these are the materials, pedestrian walkways shall incorporate the following design standards. They shall be of concrete, stamped concrete, concrete pavers, or permeable pavers. So could they not be decomposed granite or some other material? Are we trying to, I think we use a lot of DG pathways to kind of keep a more rural character rather than always having a concrete
Is
sidewalk.
DG considered a permeable, it says permeable paving, not pavers. The question is decomposed granite included in permeable paving?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my
I'm trying to
head.
think of another word. But I would consider DG as long as it meets the ADA requirements, which it does if it's done correctly. But I can't think of the word.
But, and couldn't.
Surface?
Surface was probably
Yeah,
the proper.
couldn't raised walkways also be,
I'm picturing like boardwalks.
boardwalks?
Does it have to be concrete?
Partly, I'm trying to decide maybe what are we trying to outlaw? Are we trying to say that we don't want to see asphalt as a, like,
It does feel that way. I know there's paths that are along Lucadia Boulevard that are blacktop, and they're frowned upon. We're trying to like replace them with actual
yeah,
sturdy sidewalks.
I can't picture the specific location, but
Yeah,
I'm trying to think if you had like a rail trail kind of situation and you were able to afford to put a blacktop pedestrian walkway, would you take that over nothing? Like if you just, as a matter of cost, we say, well,
Yeah.
it's better than not having it, right?
exactly. I'm talking about the stretch from the 5 going west. If you go down Lucadia Boulevard, you've got first you cross the highway, you've got it's not the Shell station anymore, it's the Chevron station, and come down the hill, and it's guardrails on either side, and it's a blacktop path that was actually put in by locals
I can kind
a
of
number of
picture it.
years ago.
Yeah.
And the city just kind of adopted it, and it's like on our list to fix that bit. But it's served for 30-plus years.
Yeah. But I think the question here is not roadside.
No,
This is within a project.
Right, but suppose does it need to be concrete? Suppose you wanted to make it out of marble or onyx or something luxe.
Like,
I mean, as long as it's in conformance with ADA criteria.
Back to Steve's point, are we trying to eliminate a type of material that is unacceptable out there? Because, out in Olivine, I remember when the Trails Master Plan came, and, everything was 4 feet wide DG, and with wood buffers on the edge. And I had to show a picture to council at the time of a little dirt single track that kind of wandered along, and that's what everybody wanted. They didn't want a paved road. Now, the ADA requirement here is a little different, but certainly DG falls in that category. And quite frankly, sometimes even dirt does. Yeah, if it's well-drained, if it's
this is
formed properly.
another case where I think we could have a list of guidelines of acceptable materials. Maybe a list would do us well here.
Well, and I think I liked Steve's approach. Was
If we
there
don't want to
a-
limit ourselves to just concrete.
Yes, I agree with that. But I would ask the same question that Steve asked, which is, what are we trying to stop people from using? Maybe we would be better served by not listing a list of what's allowed, but specifically saying what's disallowed. And, are we intending
What is
asphalt to be
disallowed?
disallowed?
I don't mind asphalt. I mean, I think anytime I'm in a design standard and we start specifically singling things out as approved, then that means that's all we're ever going to get.
Right.
So I would be happy if it just said pedestrian walkways shall be in conformance with ADA criteria and not mention
Maybe that-
materials whatsoever.
Some kind of low VOC criteria
Oh, because I mean,
could possibly cover it, because things like asphalt do have a high VOC, and it's not a desirable material for in any stretch of any imagination in terms of environmental consequences of using it. So, and then when it's refinished, they constantly going over it. It's just nasty stuff. So I'd say delimiting it with some sort of a low VOC and determine what that VOC is that's acceptable. And I agree with Chair Ehlers that we probably would want to say not these certain materials that we don't want to have, too not durable enough or too high a VOC emission.
I'm really not in favor unless there's like, we really don't want blacktop. I mean, honestly, I don't really care that much. But the VOC argument is very strong, and I think that is, if we're going to eliminate things, I think 453A really shouldn't say anything about materials. I think we should add a B or a C where we say, and these walkways shall not use high VOC or, some other range of undesirable traits. I mean, this is the only one, legitimate one that I've heard so far that you brought up. I don't have a list of walkway materials I don't approve of. I don't have enough knowledge to really make that call. I don't know, I think our architects may.
Yeah, I don't feel qualified to establish what the VOC level is. I agree that it's a good idea, but I don't know how to specify that.
Why don't we move some of that into the guidelines? Take my original saying, well, let's just say pedestrian walkway shall be in conformance with ADA criteria, and we take the thing where we want to talk about the materials. I mean, we move them into guidelines where we say, use of high VOC materials is discouraged.
Would we just strike the whole thing? It seems odd to specify ADA when the project is going to have to, whether you say it or not, you have to comply.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, and not strike it, but move it to guidelines, because I want to make sure it's clear that permeable paving, and we might want to note including decomposed granite, is an acceptable criteria or material.
Decomposed granite for sure, I think, is an omission from this, and I guess I'm not even sure what other things might be considered an omission,
Yeah,
right? There
but
might be other better
By
ones.
putting it in the guidelines, we're not limiting anything, but we're encouraging it. We're also discouraging high VOC paving in the guidelines. So I'm seeing
That's fair.
nods out of most everybody on that. And so move A only to guidelines, and leave B and C renumbered in 453 in standards, and add Susan's discouraging VOC paving, high VOC, and we'll have to leave that up to staff to recommend how to quantify. You don't even have to quantify it.
It's in a guideline.
If we add it to guidelines, I don't need to quantify it, but otherwise, if it's in
Okay.
standards, I feel like I would need to quantify what a high VOC level would be.
Yeah, I agree. So right now, I'm hearing consensus to put it in guidelines. Nod. So yeah. So. And then just on C, where it said where a pedestrian walkway intersects, I'm thinking a better word would be crosses, so that we're thinking of the area. I guess maybe intersects works too. Now that I think about it, I withdraw that. And can we define pedestrian scaled in C? Is that, let's say, 5 feet or shorter? I'm not quite sure what pedestrian scaled is and whether that's objective enough.
Oh, right here.
I'm not sure that it would imply that it had to be smaller than a pedestrian, right? I mean, what if you had an 8-foot lamp post with a little shaded thing, right? That would be like a normal ceiling height that you might encounter in a house, and that would be pedestrian scale in my mind.
So what is pedestrian scale objectively? That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, other than I'm disagreeing with 5
Yeah.
feet.
Okay.
I'm
7 feet,
suggesting
8 feet?
8 to 10.
8.5 feet? You could have very tall pedestrians, that's true. If we have a 7'4" guy within 8 feet might be pedestrian scale.
And he's wearing platform shoes.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll look for an actual spread.
Okay.
Illumination
Objective,
spread.
Yeah.
I would say we want to say separation of pedestrian and vehicular circulation is strongly discouraged. Something like that. We want to discourage that. But if it happens, that it's some reason that it happens because of the site constraints or whatever, then we go with these different colors. But it should be discouraged. First of all, you want to separate your vehicles and pedestrians.
Yeah. But obviously, we can't have discouraged in the standard section. That would have to be in the guidelines. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fine, okay. Anything else on page 50?
Not for me.
How about 51?
More guidelines.
Yep. 52?
Yes.
Yeah, really.
I guess, does anybody, when they read A, does that make sense to them?
I had a note here saying, ask this to be explained, because I had a hard time, I think I did figure it out. But both A and B, I was trying to picture how the breakdown would happen. So 75% of a building facade on a single plane. An average of a 5-foot offset with a minimum of 1 foot is required. I guess I was trying to figure out, well, what is the 5-foot offset? Is that 5 foot in? Is that 5 foot wide?
Away.
Okay.
Could be either
Yep.
way.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to, okay. 5 foot wide, 1 foot depth. Thank you, Jennifer.
I had a question whether for bigger projects, because I don't think we really looked at that the building offset wasn't varied with bigger projects, and like for projects with 50 or more units, would we consider requiring 3 or more planes offset by with a minimum area of maybe 30, 30, and 15? So that you get multiple planes when
I would
you're
totally be
bigger
on board
projects.
with that. From this get-go, I've been trying to figure out how to break up, how to force people to push back, to work with a couple of different planes.
Yeah, because otherwise we're really encouraging 2 planes. That's it on each elevation.
What I might suggest is that instead of the number of units being one of the determining factors, and there may be a role for the number of units, but it might be the length of wall. Item B seems to specify a wall that's longer than 50 feet, and then it goes on to tell you how it should be broken up. But section A seems to just say any project over anything over 5 units shall have it gives you a different matrix of breaking up the wall. I could see a project of 5 units being composed of a single building with the short end being only 30 feet wide. But that 30 feet, when you start applying the 75% rule with a 5-foot offset, suddenly it becomes potentially excessive on a 30-foot wide wall. But, you know, a project that's 50 units and it has a, you know, much longer wall, that's where you really want to start worrying about offsets and articulation. So I feel like the articulation should be on a length of wall basis, not on number of units. And just to that point, we've done a project where, you know, there might be hundreds, there's 200 units, 260, but they're composed of 10 and 20 unit buildings, right? So each building is a relatively, you know, small wall surface, right? And so when you say, if we start to edit this thing to be based on number of units, not all buildings are going to be one massive building for all units.
Well, the way I interpreted this is that this is on a per building, at least 531 A, B. It's a per building requirement, so I think it would be the number of units in the building, but
So
that
then
probably could be written.
Right, so then A
Explicitly.
refers to projects of 5 or more, so that would need to say buildings of 5 or more, right, at a minimum.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I would, again, maybe similar to an earlier comment I made, a 5-unit project's really just not that big a project relative to a 20-unit project or a 50-unit project.
Okay, could we, rather than saying wall length, because suddenly as you put oblique angles and break it up, but the way I think I've seen it treated before is elevations of the building. So you have typically 4 elevations of any given building, and as long as you're breaking up wall planes there, and not all wall planes are necessarily parallel, right? Some may have a break and it may go away. That's the idea behind the average in my mind, is that it lets you calculate an average offset for each wall plane.
I agree with the elevations as a matrix or as
Yeah.
a unit of measure.
And building elevations, not project elevations.
Correct.
Because then we get back into your previous problem. And I was thinking of examples like the Leucadia project on Vulcan, how that had wings that went back, and it would have a maybe a 40-foot wall section, but the entire elevation dropped in, you know, had all the garages, and then you had another elevation at the other wing. And how do you handle that with this case?
Right.
Yeah, or then you take a classic Texas wrap, kind of like the garden, no, let's see what was on.
Encinitas Boulevard and.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and that's a little closer, but again, not all, it wasn't a square or a rectangle, had some cut-off angles in it, so I think if we do elevation, it'll make a lot more sense. Building elevation.
Just so I'm clear, so when you were talking about that example of the one that, you know, breaks off maybe to this
Yeah.
direction, I would consider that a new elevation from this elevation. So if it steps back and, you know, when I look at an elevation, let's say it's the front, and it steps back, I would have considered that the offset.
Yeah, so, let's see, how many elevations can you have on a building?
As many as
How many
sides have you
angels on
got?
the tip of the
I'm gonna
pen?
turn to the architect, what's the answer?
As many as you want.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot, okay.
It's as many sides as you want to design and enclose your structure. So what I was thinking, because what you were leaning towards is also closer to what he was talking about with a distance plane. Because I think you're more that whole distance, and then it broke up, and then you have another set of distance.
Yeah.
It's that distance, I think, was also part of that concern, that there was no breakup in this portion nor this portion.
So my thought process behind why I went to, and I'll call it north, south, east, west elevations, 4 elevations on any given building, is that what the design review is trying to manage is apparent bulk and mass. And so if I have an east, west, north, south, and I look at the entire building and I look at whether or not the face is all right there at one plane, and I'm trying to break it up, a bent wall bent away from me that averages a good setback, I'm okay with just averaging that in and calling that another plane, and therefore not requiring all planes to be parallel offset. In fact, I think I kind of want to, I don't want to only have parallel offset, because I think that we're going to get one type of building, and they're all going to be little squares, different colors at different, offsets. And I think where the site allows, a triangular site or a trapezoidal site, you want to take advantage of that, and you want to kind of use that shape to break up the bulk and mass, because I think that's the main reason for this part of the design review. So if it was me, I would probably say building elevations of the four main north, south, east, west, or four main building axes, and
Maybe
then
you base them off of street access.
I'm not sure that that's going to be fruitful. To Jennifer's point, if you had a long building that was kind of generally U-shaped, maybe it's a shallow U, the two ends of the U might be 30 feet wide, or I don't know, some dimension, and then you have this long middle section. So would you say that those are three planes? You've got the two ends of the U and the middle section.
Yep.
And so if the ends of the U are 60 feet wide and dead flat and unarticulated, by taking the entire building, you're accepting that.
Yeah.
Whereas if you look only at the segments of a building, which would be hard to define, I admit.
Yeah.
But that the end of the U is one segment 60 feet wide, you'd say within that 60 feet, I kind of want to see, 5 feet of offset, or, for every 50 feet, I need to see something, right? But, a star-shaped building or any of these things, they'll have.
Well, and I
Maybe
think
not one
that
elevation.
speaks to, in my mind, what the purpose of this section is to reduce apparent bulk and mass. And so it's not just to break up the end planes, if you will, but the fact that the center section is stepped back, and the example I'm thinking is the Vulcan, is probably stepped back 40, 50 feet. So the average offset is going to be plenty, as long as the proportionality fits with the guideline. And to me, that, from people looking at the backside of that project, it looks like two very thin projects with a much further mass away. That meets for that elevation, that meets my design criteria. And I think, to your point, it's going to be very hard to explicitly say for every 50 feet you need to offset, because to me that's we're going to get every building looking very similar. They're all going to have dark brown or gray segments that are stepped back, and this popped out, and we'll get 2 or 3 planes, that's it, move to the next elevation, 2, 3 planes, that's it.
They end up looking like a line of
yeah.
tombstones, almost.
When in my opinion, the general plan that the general plan policies we're trying to make objective standards for have more to do with bulk and mass than they do with design aesthetic. Because I think that's really what we're supporting here with our design review guideline in this section in particular. So that's why I came from it that way. And that good design is going to be good design, bad design is going to be bad design. I don't know how we can objectively require good design from an aesthetic.
So, I follow that logic, and I think it's sound. What would be the length of building where you start, could you conceivably have a 100-foot-long building with that U-shaped building, and 100 feet, it's divided into 3 sections, maybe it was 20, 20, and 60.
Yeah.
But would you apply the same logic to a 30-foot wide building, which suddenly has to have a far higher level of articulation over 30 feet versus over the 100 feet?
And that's where that's where I think we have either a unit number or an elevation length that we have a different number of planes and average offset. So for smaller projects, 2 planes, 5 feet average. For bigger projects, 3 to 4 planes and maybe 10-foot offset or something. I don't know, average offset. You know, that's how, I think that matches with what Jennifer has recommended, and without going too far. So I think we're close here.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing any.
I think it's up to Jennifer. Can you write such a thing?
Get a vote.
Yeah. Can we have staff read back what we just said? No.
I'm gonna go with no.
Okay.
It's hard, right? So the bulk and mass and not trying to make it cookie cutter is very hard, and I think we all look at it differently, and I think this was our way of trying to meet both the unit count aspect, but we can divvy that up a little bit more based on potentially what you guys are talking about, because I'm hearing that from both conversations or both perspectives. And then the question is on B, so that's for A. For B, you know, the goal of that was to say, if it's going to be longer than 50 feet, so that's getting more at the other part of this conversation, is what is that sweet spot of where that's just too long without another break?
That makes sense and coupled with what you've described, Bruce, but maybe it's for every 50 feet or for every 60 feet, you've got to, you have to have some, you know, just a project that's over 50 feet, if it's 150 feet,
Yeah.
you only have to do the 2 planes again, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah.
it's incremental.
So let me see if you, what I've got in my mind, I'm gonna say it again, just to see if this is close. I would do it on building by building major elevations, call them, you know, the 4-quadrant elevations, building by building, not by project. Yeah, I think you used the term project. And so on the buildings, that we could do something where if it's 30 feet or less, you only need to have 2 planes offset by an average of 5. If it's 30 to 50, 3 planes offset by an average of 5 or 10 feet. And if it's 100 to over, you know, you should have 4 planes or 5 planes, pick the number, and you know, an average offset of 10 or 15 feet or something like that, just to break, maybe more. And then I would put minimum sizes for the planes as a percentage of the elevation, be it, and they wouldn't add up to 100, it would be less than 100, so there was flexibility, but the minimum would probably be 15%, 30, and the rest could be no minimum, or some 5% minimum, something like that.
I agree with the methodology. I think you know, I'd want to
We have to work out the numbers.
work out the
Yeah.
average offsets, I think.
Yeah.
and the
And
length.
this one calls for a chart,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
I think it does.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally see this as a chart. I can see it as something that people can totally figure out. But I don't see as how we're going to be able to come up with the precise numbers now. We could take a stab at it.
So it's buildings by length of the elevation?
Yeah, the major elevations, the 4-quadrant elevations for the buildings, understanding that not everything is coplanar on those elevations. And so if you have, let's say you have a 5-sided building with a 45-degree on one corner, I think the developer could add that wall to one or the other elevation, but not both, and then figure out from there. So how they draw their elevations, they could make it work here. They would have to fit the rules. But the elevations would have to show all sides of the building. Outsides, I guess. Because none of this applies to interior courtyards, correct?
Yes, correct, please.
Okay.
No.
You can have plain, simple, prison-like interior courtyards, and not that they would do that, though. Not that a typical project would do that.
So you're envisioning, now, what did we pick? 30 or less than 50, 50 to 100, greater than 100? Is those,
30, 50, 100.
or
and
maybe we just say
greater.
0 to 50, 50 to 100? greater than 100? Or is
We're talking the number of units?
Number of planes and
number
the
of-
average offset.
The 30, 50, and 100
So
are the
I'm
length of the
envisioning the
plane?
chart.
0 to 30,
30 feet or
30
30?
feet.
So I'm
Yeah.
talking, yes, like the 30 feet example you used. So some number from 0 to 30 or 50
Yeah.
is one category, from 51 to 100 is a second character, or perhaps.
and
What I might suggest is that 50 feet, which Jennifer did put in here. 50 foot is a kind of historic or traditional lot width that you might find in downtown areas. And so if a city like downtown Encinitas developed over time, you would have had landowners with 50 feet width, 50 foot, 50 foot. So you naturally start to see a variation every 50 feet as a new building was built. So instead of 30 feet, I would suggest that we stay with the 50 feet and say, you know, a building 50 feet wide, you know, meets some sort of one offset, one, you know, two planes or something. And then a building that's 100 feet wide needs to have, say, three planes, and 150 feet, well, you know, in 50-foot increments, you've.
okay, I'm okay with that if we add one requirement. If the building exceeds 2 stories or 30 feet, that we add one more plane requirement into each one of these.
Exceeds 2 stories?
Yeah, if it's 30 feet tall or 2 stories, because we have projects now that are coming in taller, and when they go taller, that's where you want to typically have to, in some cases, they have to offset the plane back. In some cases, they don't, but we now want to encourage, objectively require that additional breaking up of that bulk and mass. So, you know, I don't think a 50-foot wide 2-story building, when you go to a 3-story, it has much more significant mass, and I want to see additional breaking up of the plane.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with the 50 if we add, when you exceed our standard height, that you have to add one more plane to any one of the cases we describe.
We did add that as a setback, a step back.
Step back.
I don't think, Bruce, you're necessarily saying it has to be the third floor,
No.
the top plane.
I'm just saying you're
It's
adding
just a
one more
little
breakup.
more something spice in the cake.
Yep, yeah, it's just one more objective requirement that if the project is going to exceed our standard height, which we see more and more doing that, and even going 4 stories, right? That we should anticipate that happening with this design review, hopefully applying.
And which standard height are you referring to?
I said 2 stories,
26?
2 stories, 30 feet.
Okay. Yep. I would totally,
Or 30 feet, exceeds 2 stories or 30 feet.
I'm interested to see
Prop
what
A.
30
architects do
feet's
with
more
this.
like 3 stories, though, isn't it?
2 stories or 30 feet, just like Prop A, is all I'm saying. So if they exceed 2 stories or 30 feet, that we add one more plane to each elevation for the requirement.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I just don't know what the number is or what the
Yeah.
percent.
So I think the direction, oh, go ahead, Susan.
So above this A letter, we have the guideline, right? 5.3.1, there's sort of a paragraph that's more of a guideline, an overall guideline. And then down here in A, you're trying to break it down to standards. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, I think it's great the way it is. No more than 75% of a building facade, if we're for a short length, let's say it's only 25 feet long. I mean, you know, that's not a very long side, right? But still, after 75% of it, we want to see some articulation happening, right? And in this case, I don't know that we want to say that for 5 feet or whatever, an average of 5 feet, but it's not a bad thing to have, the 75%, because that really kind of covers it. But after that, maybe what we need is that for every 25 feet, you know, there has to be articulation happening, you know, because 75%, I think, it's great. Or you could have over the entire length, let's say it's a 200 feet long of building or something, you know, every 25% of that length, you know, requires articulation. But I think if we approach it from this percent standpoint, it's a little bit easier to wrangle it, because you don't want to just have a box that's 25 feet by 40 feet, and, with, this, it's less than 50, so, okay. But if it's 75%, that kind of covers that small building that's 25 feet by 40 feet. But maybe we need something more along the lines of every 25% of length over 25 feet, or something in a percent area. Maybe staff can come up with something that gives us those percent breakpoints or something. I think it's easier than going with different lengths.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive, the two ideas, because you're looking to say for 25 feet, that you'd have to have two planes, 75% for at least 75% on one. Okay, and I think we were saying the same thing, but now when you go beyond 25 feet and you get to 50 feet, I think what Steve was saying is we say two planes for up to 50 feet, and I added that if it goes over 2 stories, 30 feet, that we would add 3 planes total. So add one if you exceed 30 feet, 2 stories, but that's up to 50 feet, and I'm okay with that. And then if you go to, we have to choose bigger planes. If you go to 100 feet, let's say, how many planes? And I would think it would be at least 3 for the standard below 2 stories, 30 feet. 4 if you went above that. And we could decide the minimum percentages. And my recommendation is it'd be something like 30, 30, 15, and 5 or something, or 10. It wouldn't add up to 100 because the 30 may actually be 40. The next one may be 31, and the next one may be 20, and then whatever the remainder is for the last one.
Yeah, for 3 planes, we just need to specify 2 of the variables, and the rest is, can't be smaller than 30, can't be smaller than 30.
Well, I think you need to specify a minimum plane percentage for each and every plane. Otherwise, people will put a little 10-foot square down in the corner, and it really doesn't have any visual effect at all. So that's why I'd say, minimum's probably close to 10%. It might be 5, but it's probably 10.
But I think staff is fully capable of dividing up those kinds of numbers as long as they have our ideas.
Yep, yeah, and I'm just trying to make sure, but what I was trying to find out is whether what we've been talking and what I just said still meets with exactly what you want to do while still fitting Steve's construct too. And I think it does, but did I confuse
I
everybody?
think as you outlined it is very similar to where I'm thinking.
Okay. And I think that meets Susan's and Kevin and Chris.
Yeah, I've
you-
doodled up a little chart, number of planes, offset, and the first column is 0 to 50 feet, and it should have 2 planes and an offset of 5 by 1, 5 feet wide and 1 feet deep minimum, worded as in the staff report. And then 51 to 100, 3 planes. I'm not sure, you mentioned 10 by 2, 10-foot minimum, 2-foot. I don't know if we want to change how deep they go. Steve?
I like what you're describing, Kevin, but I think it's different than what this was saying, a minimum of a 1-foot offset and an average of 5 feet.
Okay.
But I have difficulty with that average of 5 feet. If you did a 1-foot plane, what would you have to do to, to make up in the next plane? I like that yours, Kevin, introduces some, you couldn't just do a little sliver gap between 2 planes and call that sufficient, right? You need to meet a percentage, as Bruce is kind of outlining, and that maybe in 50 feet, it's a minimum of 1 foot deep and 5 foot wide, and maybe that slowly increases as you go to 100 feet. It's a minimum of 2-foot offset and a minimum of 10 feet wide.
Average.
Well, I'm not
You don't
saying
like the average?
I don't like the average offset, right? What I hear Kevin describing as a depth and a width, not variations on depth, a minimum depth and an average depth, which was how it was written, I think.
Yeah, I prefer the average because I think it accounts for non-coplanar portions of the plane, and they get credit for the part that gets far away as a you know, a big average. And further away, in my mind, reduces the apparent bulk.
That gets a little problematic with the angling plane, right? So the back of the angle is 10 feet back and the front of it is,
Yeah.
you know.
And so you can calculate very easily on that an average. That's why I think the
Well, I
average
could see how
concept is
average
so
might
good.
apply to that, but it wouldn't apply if you had a orthogonal house, you know, rectilinear planes, and you offset. Well, the 10-foot, the 5-foot average, I think, is too high an average.
Okay, fair enough. But the average concept works in a rectilinear coplanar situation.
No, I agree with you. I think it works better on an angled plane.
I think it works well on both. The question of whether it's 5 feet average or 2 feet or 10 feet, that's I think we almost need to see examples. But I think in concept, I'm hearing agreement that having the matrix of distance, of number of planes, of minimum and average offset, where the minimum goes up slightly and the average goes up slightly or some, and then adding the one wrinkle that I added where you have a case for taller than the standard 2-story, 3 feet to add one more plane, right?
Or does that push it one step further in the chart?
You could do it that way
So
too.
it won't just be an additional plane, it could be,
Yeah, I would be okay with that. Just as long as there's one additional plane required. So,
again, I feel I gotta say, how are you doing, Jennifer?
yeah, thank
What do
you.
you think of what we've been rambling?
I have a question. So let's pretend that this guy is 40 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
It's all in the same plane to me, because it is.
What width?
Let's deal with the height component right this second.
But the width makes a difference in the number of planes according to what we just said. So let's say it's
And-
49 feet,
Okay.
40 feet tall, 49 feet wide.
Okay, so in the standards, it says if it's 3 feet or more, it's going to step back. So we're in a different plane, but it's the same elevation. So when we are talking about this length of being the 49 feet, that's considered, you're considering that 3 stories, even though it's step backed already. And that you would want an actual break in this direction, additional break.
On that little, the one you're pointing to right now, where is the step back?
There is none.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
saying if you were to put one, and because we would do a new step back here at the top level.
So what
that
I'm
make sense?
proposing does not require it to be a third floor step back, but where the law requires a third floor step back, they would automatically get credit for that elevation plane being stepped back, and it would count as one of the planes.
Okay.
But where, in a case where it's a waiver or something that hasn't required that step back, they would have to do something else elsewhere on that same elevation to meet the criteria, the objective criteria that I was proposing.
So if it was on the same plane at 3 stories, then we're going this direction for the whole.
Well, then they would have 3 planes broken elsewhere with a minimum and an average offset for each of those planes.
Okay.
As I look at that diagram, I'd say that was 2 planes, right? You would take as long as the ridge of that roof, that's an angled plane, and as long as the ridge to the eave averaged 5 feet for a number,
Good.
that would be a plane, and then the wall surface would be a second plane.
And I didn't include roof structures as part of the elevational plane. I would considered only the vertical wall portions. But if if that section was angled away from the main gable section, it would be only the vertical wall, not the sloped roof.
I feel like we should give some credit to a developer that wants to do, a roof.
In my mind, that throws the plane count way off if you're now counting the roof as one of the planes. I think the roof, we've always treated elevations as the wall elevation and the height of the building to the edge of the roof is one of the key numbers, right? So,
But
I-
if you deal with massing, you're dealing with things from a pedestrian point of view generally. So the roof is, way the heck up there. It's not part of you're walking past a large flat white wall or whatever color it might be.
And we don't have many roofs that have that slope.
It's an
That
unusual
looks like a nice heavy snow load in New England, somewhere in Michigan where they get 10 feet of snow a year.
I didn't draw it.
I will suggest, Jennifer, and you may have already looked at this, but the city of San Diego and their RM zones has a pretty elaborate wall plane and calculation method that you might look at.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah, really?
I think this is really
Okay.
the one objective design standard that is going to really make some big differences, and it could also bite us in the rear if we do this incorrectly.
So Jennifer, do you have questions about?
That was the only question that I had.
Okay. So it's 8:19.
I
Do we
would,
want to take a 10-minute break?
I would like to. I need to touch base with someone.
Okay. So let's take a break, be back at, let's see, do I say 8:25 and really get back at 8:30? Or do we get back at 8:30? 8:30. Yeah, let's say 8:30. Okay, thank you.
Wow, that's
Okay, are we back? Yep, looks like we are. Okay, we are on page 52, I think. Was there anything else on 52? Let's see, 53. Where did I? 532. Just a typo, that first and, shouldn't that be a comma? Attached private garages, comma, carports and accessory buildings. In 532. Okay.
Just for one thing too, there's also a new grammar rule that you always put a comma before the and when you're making a list.
Okay.
Just because otherwise things can sometimes be interpreted in two ways.
I know it's always, that's been, at least when I was taught, optional, but
Right,
It works.
There was actually a very big lawsuit that involved someone's overtime hours or something, and it all hung on that comma.
I will add that to my grammar check.
where did I read that? Yeah, I read about that lawsuit somewhere. So, let's see. 534. What was I? Oh, 534 above in the, is that in the, yeah, standards on page 53. Stairways shall be integrated into the building design. Is that objective or subjective? Integrated could mean that it's attached, so you can't have a freestanding floating one, but I think the intent was that the stairwell shall have 3 or more of its exterior vertical wall planes exposed to the outside. No stairwell shall have 3 or more of its exterior vertical wall planes exposed to the outside of the building. I think that's the intent.
Where are you reading that, or?
No, I'm making that up, but 534 has a simple statement there under the standards that says stairways shall be integrated into the building design. And I'm just saying, I think that's subjective.
Yeah.
I agree, it's a subject. I'm not sure what we're trying to regulate, whether,
Yeah, what's the intent of,
I think the intent is that if you have a rectangular building, that you can't attach stairways as afterthought add-ons outside. Do we care?
so should maybe the word into instead be within?
But suppose they're really cool staircases that are like, complement the structure that's been built. I mean, they're integrated. They could be a freestanding,
Yeah.
I mean, there was a building down in Little Italy, I think I just saw, where they built this big interior courtyard and the staircase. You know, everything was kind of like piecemealed together, and it all looked cool. So, I don't know if saying the staircases have to be, you know, like, within the building envelope, or what do we?
Yeah, even that is, so I'm thinking, and Steve will probably agree with this, I used to work it's now the Poway School District building over in Poway, and it's got a big semicircular extension off the front, and that's actually a stairway. But it's architecturally, it looks like kind of the parapet, or, you know, then it extends the full height of the building, and it's
Integrated,
It's
so to
integrated.
speak.
Yes. Okay.
this does sound subjective to me. I'm not sure why we would care how they do a stairway. I mean,
So are we all okay with striking that?
Or let's kick it into the guidelines section if we can. Can we
why
do
even
that?
put it in the guidelines? Or are we trying to prevent them from building a certain type of stair?
Yeah, no, you've convinced me now, Steve.
Yeah. I think the intent was not to have an add-on exposed exterior stairway on the outside of a building that is just like a, let's say, a hotel or a multifamily. But I think, I don't know if that's even feasible now with fire laws, right? Don't most exit stairways have to be enclosed for fire? No? What was okay, at Portofino, I thought there was some issue there.
There's all sorts of codes, but based on its location to the property line, yes, it might have to be enclosed or
Okay.
things like that. But
Oh,
you
you know,
could still do open ones.
You hit it. In that case, it was going down to a garage, a subterranean garage area or a first floor garage area, and that's why it had to be enclosed. So,
Right. it was
so
fire
strike,
concern.
do we keep, strike, or change 534?
I say strike.
Strike, I got 2 strikes, 3 strikes, they're out. So, there you go. I had a question, I think it would go in this same section. What about standards to address large flat roofs? Is that somewhere, or is that in 5.4?
I think most of our roof, it looks like the roofs are in 5.4.
Okay. So
If
what,
we're in 5.4, I have a question about the first standard, which is labeled 5.3.1. I think it's 5.4, yeah. Maybe it's a question for Anna or Jennifer. Are 3-story buildings allowed in the R30 overlay zone?
Yes.
So I feel like we shouldn't require a step back if the base zone already allows for a 3-story building.
In the R30 overlay, when you're adjacent to a existing single-family or duplex, you are required to step back the 3rd story. There's a requirement already within the R30.
Okay, but this is going beyond that, right? We're saying any portion of the a building with 3 stories or more. Oh, I say it's only adjacent to single family. My question here was also, why are we tying the adjacency to single family homes with its proximity to a primary collector or major arterial? If anything, those all seem like very large capacity streets, and having a 3-story building next to them wouldn't be a big deal.
I think it's an or, right?
Yeah, so
I have to admit, it's a little confusing because it talks about in the case of a 3-story or more building and located next to a single family or a duplex zone or with primary street frontage along a collector. There's lots of, are all the ors and ands? You know, I feel like, what's the or and which time do the and applies?
We almost need like a comma or a comma, I think, after the first portion of a sentence. Any portion of a building with 3 stories or more, comma. And then, because then we have and located adjacent to a single-family residential or duplex, or with primary street frontage along a collector, major arterial, et cetera, et cetera. So we've got like 3 concepts here.
Yeah.
You know, the first one is any portion of a building 3 stories or more, and then we have the two cases.
Right.
Located adjacent to single-family residential or with primary street frontage.
I think I'm questioning why we would regulate the primary frontage on a major arterial street, which is, say, a high-speed high-volume street. And I understand why you'd want to be sensitive to a single-family neighborhood and step back away from it. But these major arterials, you know, they're not going to be quaint little cottages that you need to protect. They're, and I'll say in the final sentence, it says, where it talks about 30% of the wall planes facing, setback from the wall planes facing the single family or duplex, but it doesn't mention the arterial street in that condition.
Yeah. I mean, I understand why you might do it for the major arterial, just from a, I always think of downtown Santa Barbara on State Street and how dark it gets down there, and that's a major street. And it's because it goes 3 and 4 stories straight up. And so in my mind, if you're trying to reduce visual bulk and mass that and shadowing that people experience on that prime arterial, where a lot of people will drive by, I can understand why we would do this.
I think we're trying to reduce bulk and mass. Or I think I guess one of my goals here is to create a pedestrian-friendly experience. And I don't think the major arterial is going to be particularly a pedestrian type of street that you need to worry about the height.
Oh, 101. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
Let me preface, I don't think 3 stories is too tall either, right? So,
Okay. So we'll disagree there, but okay.
yeah, well, I mean, if we expect to have more density in the community, right? And if we're serious about trying to provide housing in the community, there's got to be some areas that accept more density and with that some more height.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to locate it in single-family neighborhoods, you know, or in the more rural sections of our town, you've got to look for some of these commercial streets and major arterials and things like that and say 101 is a perfect place for a 3-story building to be.
However, I personally am against walling it off so that we end up with vertical flat fronts. So I think stepping back that 3rd floor or above next to the road provides more air and light space. And like I say, every time I go to downtown Santa Barbara, I just shake my head and go, wow, this is so dark down there.
Setting back upper stories is pretty much standard practice, even in big cities like New York, because you want to preserve airflow around spaces, and you want to preserve view, and you want to preserve the ability to have sunlight penetrate. In the winter, the sun angle's lower, but in the summer, it's pretty steep, 77 degrees or so. So, you know, when you've got that steep sun angle, the setback really helps to have sun penetrate, and then your plants will be nourished and grow, you know, from the sunlight. So it's a pretty typical requirement to set back at upper stories to provide a stepped design to promote for airflow, view, and sun.
Yeah, I'm personally, I kind of, your point about the major arterial, the 101 is a great example. I mean, there's a couple of buildings there that, you know, they push all the way up to 30 feet, and if they're straight up and down, it's imposing. It's from a pedestrian standpoint, it's intimidating. So I really have no trouble with this as I see this written out. And I thank you. Yeah, I like the way this is being rewritten, Jennifer.
I'm going to reorganize the sentence.
Right, it's a little bit jumbled, but I think you got what.
So this is saying that 30% of that upper story will be set back with a minimum of 10 feet.
And I know we've got some disagreement here,
Yeah.
but,
And-
I mean, if we're looking for consensus, I would approve of this.
Chris, did you want to weigh in?
No, I approve of this too, as written.
Okay. So-
Kevin, you mentioned Little Italy as a desirable, or I don't know if you said it was desirable.
No, it
You
was-
saw a stair you liked there, and I get the impression you go down to Little Italy. Do you like Little Italy as an urban environment?
Well, it's a little different. The streets are wider. They're two-sided streets. If I look along the 101, we've got a lot of sections where it's already crowded. And I think pushing back things 30% is not a big whoop. I mean, especially, you're talking about we need to have more density, but honestly, these lots that are built right up close to our prime arterials are not, they're not the ginormous projects we're talking about. Most of these are going to be, so I see this as mainly impacting our, smaller projects, all the mixed-use projects that are cropping up like mushrooms up and down the 101. I mean, that's the example I'm looking at. And honestly, I think pushing things back, letting the air in, because, the sidewalks may be only 8 feet wide. So, it's an imposing, as you point out, the light pollution or the light blockage, the sunset light's going to come in. It's, I don't see this as an onerous requirement.
Yeah.
I may be losing this one, but I'll point out that Little Italy has a mandatory set 45-foot high street wall. So Little Italy is a pretty, very popular, like a very desirable destination locally. And they mandate a minimum of 45 feet tall, up to 85 feet tall. And so, and I'll suggest New York is not stepping back their buildings at the third story, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can get light and air into sidewalks without stepping back third stories.
But I would note that Little Italy is sandwiched between downtown and the airport, and it is an urban environment, a true urban environment. And I think if we go through our general plan, what's envisioned for downtown Encinitas is not a true urban environment. And so we're trying to maintain the pedestrian scale, limit the bulk and mass. I remember campaigning up and down 101 for Prop A. I ran into mostly tourists, really, and the reoccurring theme from the vast majority of them was they love the small town scale. They really did. Downtown, I'm talking 101. And so, I do fight to protect that. I have been for 20-some years. And so I support this. And it sounds like we've got consensus, and you might be the odd man out on that one. So, and the city council has their bite at the apple too. So I think we have direction. Can we move on?
542.
Yeah, it says should be avoided. Yeah. I think that needs to change. And then my other question is, is this redundant with our previous discussion? With the planes, or? I guess at a minimum, 542 in my mind is a guideline and belongs in the guideline section. Oh, it does.
No,
Oh, I
no,
see.
look at the other 542. The standard seems to be,
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed the fact we switched to guidelines down there.
I'm sorry, are we in the
the one on the left
guidelines or
is
standards
the
at this point?
standards, and the one on the right is the guidelines.
Oh.
There's,
I'm going to renumber, I promise.
So the one on the left is supposed to be objective. Okay.
Yes. Anything
No.
else on 56?
What was the comment on 542? I'm sorry.
I was wrong. It is a guideline. I missed that little heading that said guideline down there.
Can we look at 5.4.5, right, yeah, where your cursor is? Parapets shall feature articulations details such as precast treatments, continuous banding or projected cornices, lintels, caps, or corner details. So is a modern building outlawed in the city of Encinitas if they don't put a cornice on the top of their building?
I'm thinking of the Fountainhead.
I mean, this is a certain bias.
O- only if it
There's a
goes through
certain
dis-
style that this caters, or this describes, that you might think of a traditional mercantile style building or something like that. But, we're in the 21st century and a lot of people are not designing or wanting to live in that style of building anymore.
I would be okay with striking 545, where we don't need to provide detail on the design of the parapets. There's lots of pieces of the elements I don't think we need to.
Certainly not objectively. Subjectively, I mean, under a guideline, we could say it should match the style of the building, but that almost goes without saying.
Right. I think up above, we've already established that they should vary the height and, different elements, right? There's,
It seems like it should be a guideline encouraged rather than, shall encouraged.
why,
But
I don't want to encourage it. I mean, why would we pick a style and say that that's our style?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we want to specifically avoid telling anyone exactly what to do.
I support striking. It sounds like you do, Steve.
Yeah, it's,
And yeah.
we don't
Can you-
need to nitpick every detail. We don't need to micromanage this.
Let's see.
The rest of these are all guidelines, right? So they can be subjective.
Yeah.
Here's the standard.
Moving on to 57, 5.5 standards. Material changes shall occur at the interior of intersecting wall planes. And what about at wall plane, intersecting wall planes? Okay, I read that now. I'm okay. And then 553 shall not appear tacked on or visually lacking structural purpose. Is that subjective? In 553?
Well, if they appear to whom? I mean,
Yeah.
I totally understand this. I'm not an idiot, but it's, I can see somebody say, no, that appears to be attached tonight, or has structural purpose. I like the thought. I don't know how we could objectify that.
Yeah. I would support just taking it out. I think it's such a small problem case that nobody's going to put in a column or a pilaster that didn't, it would just be ridiculous design at that point.
Yeah,
Anybody object?
agree.
Take it
I-
out?
strike it.
Strike it, okay.
So I have a question about 554, highly reflective. Do you think that's subjective?
Yes.
I think it is.
How about if you take out the highly reflective and just say mirrored? And I think that's less subjective because mirrored means you can see an image in it.
Right, but, I mean, almost any protection against UV rays will simulate a bit of a mirrored.
As it applies to roofing, right, we concern about solar heat gain and they have a solar reflectance index for roofing material, encouraging white roof, right? So
Right.
would that be considered highly reflective? I think the intent here is those, like the mirror-like effect of
Yeah.
it, but I think it is subjective in that you could say, well, a reflective roof is what?
I'm not sure, but isn't this intent of this to prevent somebody from using huge expanses of that material that's reflective? Is that why this is here? To
prevent
like
glare.
an entire facade being
I-
reflective or an entire roof, you know?
I think it's to prevent the sunlight from bouncing off a neighboring property and beaming in as a coherent beam into where it wasn't ever before.
Does it have anything to do with character, community character, in terms of, no,
No,
not really?
I
said
think,
no.
my interpretation of this is it was there just, I think back to the 70s and office buildings were built with, basically one-way mirrors, right? You could look out, but when you looked at them, it was a mirror image.
So it's an
Yeah.
annoyance that we're trying to abate.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
yeah, I would leave it there, and it is marginally subjective, but I think highly reflective mirrored glass, that would.
But what's highly reflective mean? I mean, what's the standard that you're using?
Well, I think the mirrored glass is what I'm really looking at, and whether it's a mirror. And a mirror would mean there's a silvering content to it, right? That it actually reflects the image in it. I guess the other question is, do we really want to limit that? I mean, is that a look that we would want in windows? We've had it here for how many years? I don't recall ever invoking it, but I don't know, anybody else? So,
I don't see a lot of value to having it myself, but I think it is relating to that 70s era office building.
how about moving it to guidelines?
Sure.
I would support that. So keep it, it's been there. We're not trying to totally change our guidelines. We're trying to make them more objective. So in this case, I think I see consensus to just move it to the guidelines.
Yeah.
So page 58 with the point system.
Yay.
So I think the same comments apply here where the possible, I think we have to make it an all or nothing thing for point assignment. That you can't have a subjectivity of 4 possible points, so articulation, I'm scoring you at a 3. 'Cause
Right.
that's subjective right there. So
Right, so just cross off possible, just say points.
points, yeah, so it's either 0 or 4 is what you get for each
Yep.
line. And then,
So maybe it's available points? But yes, we would do at the max, it would be 4 or 3 or 2.
4, 3. No, my point is, for the first line, articulation is incorporated equally on all building elevations. Well, you got 3 out of 4, so I'm giving you 3 points. We're not allowing that, right, yeah. So I want to make sure it's
All or
clear that it's not possible points, but you either get the 4 points or you get none. And you have to meet the objective standard on the left there.
And I kind of looked at this chart and I tried to see it like a developer who was trying to save some bucks, and I was like, well, I'll take all the number ones. I'll use bright and vibrant color schemes in my trim. I'll have light colored roof. And you get all the way up to a material or a color change between the first floor and the upper floor elevations, and you're at 9 points there. So it's like, if someone's just going to go for the cheap and easy way out, they're going to have to pick up something else, one of those other ones from the top 5. And quite a lot of people will, because, and what does it mean when building facades incorporate glazing? Is that windows?
Yeah.
What is glazing? Because is that like glazed tiles or
It's windows.
it's windows? But, so if my building facade incorporates windows, I get a point?
Yes, you do.
Okay, that was easy.
So
Gets away from your blank wall.
Gotcha.
So-
That's
so-
cool, okay, I got you.
Another more objective way would be to say that all building facades incorporate glazing or windows. In other words, if you built a four-sided building that had 3 sides with no windows and 1 side with windows, do you get the point?
I think there needs to be some sort of recognition that there are backs of buildings, right? I mean,
Okay, so the objective standard would be 3 out of the 4 elevations have windows in them. Many of these, in my opinion, are still objective, and we have to decide how to assign, we need to make these really clearly objective design standards. Like the number 2 is a good one. That's a very objective. So it just means you don't have any 30-foot, greater than 30-foot blank walls along sidewalks or public accessible common space. Of course, it does mean you can put 1 window in there and you're done.
Do we want to come up with another term besides possible points, Bruce, to get away from your, like value, or, like
Yeah.
value or something like that?
I think Jennifer said, no, that it's an all or nothing. We just need to
Yeah.
make sure that's clear.
Up in 555 and the verbiage up above too.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I might be saying, oh, I can get 3 out of 4 here, and I can get 2 out of 3 here, and
Yeah.
it's going to add up that way.
Yeah. Is 10 points the right number? Maybe 12, half?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I mean, 10 works. It's like I said, I took the 9 easiest ones off the bottom, and you got to a point where you want to get over. It's tricky. If you just take all the ones, there's
Yeah.
7 of those.
And I'm trying to figure out what bright and vibrant color schemes are.
And is it desirable?
Yeah. I think I might strike that one. Take that point and assign
Yeah,
it to
I
one of
would-
the others.
I would actually be great with striking that.
Yeah.
It's bright and vibrant means different things to different people.
Anyone disagree?
I agree.
Okay.
Cool.
Are there any one of these ones that would be maybe more important that you'd want to make a 2?
I would think roofs, light-colored roofs, I could see bumping that up. That would jibe with our climate action plan.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm looking to the architect. I got a nod out of the eye, so I'd support that. Any disagreements?
Well, I like the buildings incorporate shading and weather protection devices or architectural details which are a minimum of 2 feet in depth.
But-
Or, that's a pretty good one
Okay.
to pump up.
And the articulation, I'm going back to the first one, articulation is incorporated equally on all building elevations. Equally. I'm trying to, is that objective enough? Is there, to me, this is it was always less bag. It's four-sided building design, right? I call it the less bag requirement. We want to make sure all 4 sides exhibit architectural detail or trim and articulation. Is there any way you can state that anybody can state that objectively? How about in the negative? How about none of the elevations omit articulation or, what's the word I'm looking for? There's got to be an architectural term that are used on the other sides, the front sides. So it's basically four-sided design.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking here, if I take away the word equally, just looking, articulation is incorporated on all building elevations. Now, but again, let's just say we're only talking about one of the elevations. And would we say articulation is incorporated? 4 points. It seems about as vague as you could get. I mean, I would say, yes, look, I've incorporated articulation into all of my frontages. This one has a window, that one has a door. You know, basically anything, if I got any of the first points from the little one-pointers here, and I put one of those on each of the 4 elevations, then I've also earned 4 points with the first. So articulation is incorporated. I think we need to be a little more specific. I mean, a certain level of articulation.
What is articulation?
Yeah, it's,
I thought we had a whole section describing what percentage of the wall is offset by 2 feet and,
Yeah.
I mean,
In my mind, that's one type of articulation. It's probably a major type. But wouldn't,
do we refer to that specifically in
Wouldn't-
this?
wouldn't cornices and bump outs and porches and balconies all be articulation? Yeah.
yes, I would.
So that statement, although I think I understand the intent is to require four-sided design, because that's always been something that's been in I think that's come up every year for the last 20, or every design review. And so the question is, how can we make that statement more objective?
Do you think it's redundant to too many of the other?
I think it's in addition. I think we've covered the wall planes, but I don't think we've necessarily covered the requirement for four-sided design of balconies and varied roof line, things like that.
So it's not really articulation we're talking about the actual design is applied to all building elevations,
Yeah.
right? So you see it sometimes where the alley, right, is that the simple wall treatment versus like the front or the sides of a building have more in design. So we want that quote unquote alley or back of a
Right.
building to be treated like the front and the sides. So how do we say that objectively?
I think we just need to define what we mean by articulation. We say it in the first paragraph, right? A little, no, sorry, in the, okay, wait, no, we do. Okay.
Would you create it as maybe a series of statements? So articulation sounds a little bit like a generic, like a catch-all general phrase for all sorts of shutters and brackets and trellises and
Yeah.
cornices.
Maybe if we capitalize facade articulation and we use facade articulation for the first piece.
Yep, that's what I was,
I
agree.
I've read your mind there, man. I've heard you say that before.
I'm with you. Does that help?
So it turns it more into like a thing. And it's, when it's referred to here, it's again that thing, oh, facade articulation as defined in the previous paragraph.
Yeah. And I think the word I would suggest, articulation is distributed throughout all four sides or something like that. At least it means it, and if, sorry, facade articulation is.
Facade articulation. Yeah, at
Can we-
that point,
Can
I'm
we get
even
away
okay
from the
with
use of
incorporating.
facade? No, nobody uses facade in the architectural profession.
No, but we've used it in section
Elevation.
5.5 and 5.5.1, where we define what we mean by it.
What do you use instead of facade?
Elevation. There's a running
Okay.
joke, if someone comes in talking about facades, they maybe don't know what they're talking about.
It could just say articulation or wall articulation.
Elevation articulation, capitals again.
Well, the elevation is more than just a wall when we talk elevations
Okay.
in,
Wall articulation, I'm okay with that. I think that gets the idea across.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for four-sided design, and that it's distributed throughout all of the, not necessarily equally, though. So strike equally,
Yeah, equally as,
So a piece of window trim on one elevation would be distributed, and
oh, yeah.
I don't,
Yes.
I think even distributed would be a challenge.
yeah.
Yeah,
I agree, it's,
One way, if I break it down a little smaller and say, if you're interested in keeping the wall finish, like instead of say, you know, a developer will put wood siding on the front elevation and then it goes to stucco on all the sides and rear. If you said all sides of the building, you know, utilize the same materials in the same proportions as the front elevation or something. So if they used 100% of siding on the front and then they did 100% of siding on the sides and rear, you would get, you know, 4 points.
points.
That would be, that if you did, the front was half siding and half stucco, and you would have that proportion, you could continue with half siding and half stucco, you know, around the rest of the building.
I would add the word each at the very start of this section so that it reads, each facade articulation includes. And the reason why is that we might not have 4 sides, we might have 3, or we might have 5 or 6 or 8 or however many.
Yep.
But anyway, I would just say each facade articulation, each facade's articulation, you know.
I'm going to play your role, Steve, and I'm going to say I wouldn't make it if it's 50-50 on the front, that I necessarily want 50-50 on each side. I think that's too limiting, and we're going to get cookie cutter, so I think I would stick with wall articulation is incorporated on all building elevations, and leave it at that. And it's, I think we describe what wall articulation is. See, materials and
I'd
color.
agree with that.
Didn't we, under the definition of wall articulation above, didn't it include materials and color? I guess not.
just materials.
Okay, then I like what you put there. Is
And I
that-
mean,
is it okay the way
I
it
would
is?
live with that.
I think it's important because it's something we've always done, and we're just trying to bring it forward, and there may be refinements we can do in the future on this as we start applying it.
Are, not is incorporated.
That-
And I think,
Okay,
you
yeah.
know, right now, this is for our mixed-use projects, but we will most likely be coming back to this template when we look to spread, using this more widely, in which case we will get another bite of the apple.
Wait, this applies to multifamily, mixed use,
Yep.
but doesn't it also apply to
It's 2 or more,
commercial?
2 or more
Or
units.
2 or more, residential, okay. Okay, total points, is 10 the right number?
I don't know. 10 could work.
Yes.
12 would be strong as well, but 10 worked when I crunched up trying to figure out, well, what would you be doing to?
I agree, Kevin.
Okay. So we'll stick at 10. Let's see, are we moving on to 5, 6? We've got 45 minutes left.
I have an issue with 5.6.3. All windows facing the public right-of-way shall feature enhanced window treatments such as decorative brackets, trim, shutters, awnings, or trellises. It sounds like we're describing a Hansel and Gretel cottage, and they have to be this. I wouldn't want
to. Where did that one come from?
Yeah,
I think Santa Barbara.
You really?
yeah, so I would be open to striking that.
Not rural Germany or something?
I've also got some
Yeah.
questions on the next one, line in 564. I was like, why should shutters be the same dimensions as the glazing in the window? Is that required? Are we supposed to be, I don't know. I don't usually obsess over the shape or, shutters are things that people tack on to the outside of their houses. We don't see working shutters here.
That one, I think, is a classic case where developers or designers can do it poorly, and you see shutters that clearly would never have closed and covered the window. But to be frank, we've done a lot. I mean, shutters very rarely are actually the same size of the window. I mean, you can visually make it look correct without having to be exactly the same. So anyway, seems like a holdout. I mean, this is very much a kind of a track home kind of feature where you put shutters around the windows, and often the windows are recessed, so the shutters would never have folded back and hit
Yeah.
into the window.
Well, there are bifold shutters that, I've seen decorative shutters that are half of the area of the
Right.
window, and the presumption is somehow they folded to that
Yeah.
size, but I don't support
I think
requiring
once
them
we
be
start
equal in
talking about
area.
shutters, then people are going to put on shutters. They're going to think, oh, I should put shutters on. I saw that in the design guidelines or
So it sounds like delete, where's that number?
563 and 564.
Okay. All in agreement? Moving on. Five, 6, 8. Okay. Anything on 5, 6? Moving on to 5, 7 on page 61. So is this the place we would require minimum area available for solar panels per square foot of development? Does that belong here? Does that belong in a municipal code, a future municipal code update?
The building code for new structures is, sets the standard for the amount to be provided.
Is that
From,
the amount of area to be provided? Because it doesn't mandate that you have to put in solar yet, right?
I think it does.
it does now. It just got adopted.
Oh,
So the building code by the state says single-family homes has to put it in, but we did a reach code here in the city that says commercial and residential, all residential has to put in solar.
oh, wow.
So it's no longer just ready, solar ready, it's actually supplied.
Does this solar integration section have guidelines and standards? It's just a solar integration?
It's just the guidelines that currently exist in the code. I mean, in the design guidelines.
So really okay. So I withdraw where I was going, because it's in the code.
Do you think we should add the word guidelines?
That was one of the overall things I still need to do.
And then standards will be there, but it'll say none at this time.
If that's what you all would
I
recommend,
feel that's,
or not applicable, or,
Exactly, yeah, either or, but have the standard section. Anything on the mechanical equipment, 5.8? Moving on to 5.9?
I have a question about 5.9.1A. Bare precision block or slump stone shall not be used for any wall. So slump stone is kind of this adobe look-alike stone that people use for, maybe a more traditional house or a adobe-style house. Are we saying we don't want to see any slump stone in the city?
Quite
And-
frankly, I didn't know what slump stone is per
Yeah,
se.
And bare precision block is, kind of an industrial thing, but again, are we going to limit an aesthetic of a gray concrete block wall? My same question about chain link fence, Frank, Gary,
Anna,
could-
do we have chain link fence requirements in the code?
It is in one section in the residential, and I believe that it prohibits it, but let me find it.
Yeah. Good point, Steve. I'm looking at the slump stone is just removed from the mold early, and it just kind of slumps a little and looks a little like adobe.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's, I'm looking at pictures of it, and my house is built out of it. It was built in 47, but it's used interior and exterior.
I'm sorry, Kevin, you're going to have to move.
Yeah, that's right. So, anybody object to striking A? And didn't we already cover chain link fences somewhere? I thought why do I?
Maybe because you read it a couple times, because I thought so too. But are we saying that people, let's go back to the bike enclosure area. Are we saying they can't use a chain link fence to enclose their bike area?
That's what that says, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't really agree with that.
I have chain link in my yard too, so.
I have some chain link too.
Yeah, it's my front fence. Been meaning to replace
I
it.
thought I was going to have a fight.
Honestly, I don't love it.
But I mean, if it's the black chain link, the taller black chain link, it doesn't necessarily need to look bad.
Yeah.
Right, but you know what they're trying to block here when you read it.
And it also about around swimming pools.
And are there anything else you can build a fence out of other than wood, wrought iron, or masonry? Or what do you build fences out of?
Bamboo? I guess that's a wood.
Is that a wood, sort of? It's kind of more of a grass. I'm just wondering, we've given 3 options for fences. I'm just wondering if there's a 4th.
Concrete.
So chain link looks like it requires design review approval. For use as outdoor storage enclosures. Let's see.
Okay.
And now I'm looking at the fence 591. We can make a fence out of wood, wrought iron, or masonry, but then I'm thinking of a lot of these precast, like steel panels they put together. They're common. I mean, is steel okay?
Or plastic or
I feel,
tracks.
yeah, do we want to not have plastic? I think as soon as again, this is back to one of your earlier points, As soon as we say you can use this, this, or this, and we neglect the other 30 things we haven't thought of, maybe we should be, saying we don't want this.
What was the material that the Olivenhain road fences are made out of? Is that concrete? The trail fences, remember the issue we had with when they initially put in out on Lone Jack, the timber, what do you call it, lodgepole? And people crashed into it and they came shooting through.
Oh,
And
yeah, I remember
we had a
that.
whole hullabaloo and ended up changing it all out for non-lodgepole, fake wood-looking concrete, I think
It was
is.
like, could I build my fence out of Trex?
Yeah, that's what I wrote down. So I don't see how we limit it to those three materials. I don't.
Yeah, we either need a much bigger list or we need a negative list.
Yeah. And so are there any materials that this group would say, no, you can't do a fence in Encinitas out of that? And I think of High Country Villas, when they came in and replaced all their fences, those are plastic. They don't look that great, but they don't look that bad either. But they'll look the same in 40 years,
True.
which is an advantage, right?
Yeah, I'm
So-
just trying to think, it's like,
Across the street in Village Park, you've got the 40-year-old wood fences that were falling down that they've now come in and replaced. So they didn't look good for the last 10 years, at least sections it
they
didn't.
were made of wood.
But they were made of wood that, gave up over time.
Yeah. See this we had a big windstorm a month or two ago, and maybe it was 3 or 4 months ago, but several wooden fences blown down in my neck of the woods in Leucadia. But yeah, I don't have any particular fence. I can't think of anything I don't like. I don't really like chain link, but as was pointed out, I mean, the black painted ones that disappear, I mean, I know they use that for deer fencing out east, where you want a tall fence, but you don't want to see it.
What about barbed wire or concertina wire?
Oh, yeah. I would
Well,
say.
and I'm actually
serious.
serious. It sounds flippant, but I'm actually being serious. And I was thinking downtown, isn't there a car lot that's got some barbed wire around it? And would we ever allow that? Do we want to allow that?
If I may interject there, so that there is a municipal code section that is for barbed wire and electrical fencing, and it says they are prohibited in all residential zones except for the following. Barbed wire is permitted for agricultural uses only, and then high voltage electrical fencing is permitted for containment of large animals, subject to the following regulations, and it lists them.
Okay. So I say strike the materials.
Agreed.
2.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything left here. Fence, wall, and gate materials. We're just going to kill the whole 591? Yeah,
Yes.
looks like we. Yeah, I've got. It's not serving us any specific purpose, so.
Okay.
I really like 595. I like having even just a little bit of landscaped recession every 50 feet.
Shall avoid in 510.1, still on page 63, 510.1, the very first line. It says, shall avoid unfiltered direct views. I don't like avoid. Shall not allow, shall not permit, probably allow. But I think anytime you say avoid, that's the equivalent of should. Or shall prevent. I think prevent,
Yeah, works for me.
okay. And the word unfiltered, should it be unscreened as we previously discussed the screening requirement? Maybe unfiltered to me is, subjective. And then areas of privacy concern, that's a little subjective too. And I was thinking for that same section, add an E where you can use landscape screening like we've done before. Okay, is it getting close to the bewitching hour? You guys are getting quiet.
We're
We need to serve-
almost done.
I know, we
We're
need to serve
almost done.
caffeine
Yeah.
in the last hour.
We
I'm
are-
convinced now.
We are buckling down and
Yeah.
doing the good work.
Yeah.
I have a question on 5.10.1. I see that it's already been edited several times, so maybe this is rehashing, but upper floor balconies and decks facing adjacent living areas. So this would be within the same project? Shall be recessed into the building walls and not project from a building. So are we regulating how a project designs their, like an interior courtyard? And we think that a recessed balcony is going to be more effective than a projected balcony?
I think that was on the exterior, it was the intent, but I'm not sure.
I get it when we're trying to protect, say, an existing single-family house and you're putting in a big neighbor and you want to be a good neighbor to them. But we struck the term existing here, so these would be any living units within the same project. And at that point, I think that's kind of on the developer to, control their own project, right?
Yeah. I would support reintroducing existing in that. Anybody else?
I'd support that.
Can we be clear that we're talking about existing single-family homes?
I don't think it's necessarily existing single-family homes, because it could be an adjacent project with, you don't want back-to-back projecting balconies, basically. Or not back-to-back, but front-to-front. I think what we could further limit this to the adjacent property units, in other words, not interior. You said existing, that I guess that works.
Is there?
It's already got adjacent there where you struck the existing, so, okay, you can take that out.
I was gonna instead of saying living areas, but adjacent residential development.
Well, I think it's the important concept is it's the unscreened living areas of the adjacent developments that you're trying to avoid projecting a balcony towards.
And I guess in my head, I was thinking, what am I trying to say? With the living area, is that an outdoor living area or an indoor?
I think it's both.
Does that include a
Window.
bedroom?
Is it
Are we talking about someone's
Kitchen?
living room and you can't put a deck facing into it? But
Yeah.
could you face into their bedroom?
I don't know. My thought is that 5.10.1 is problematic in total.
I was thinking maybe add a distance. If it's located within X feet of an adjacent property, then recess your balcony.
20? I like that because I think that reduces the problem. It gets very objective then. too.
I like that, too. That makes
Aren't there
sense.
already setbacks, though, that regulate how close two properties can build to this
But
side
yeah,
property?
for the building setback, but I think this would then further limit the ability to, intrude into the setback, which you're allowed to do with a balcony. So basically, it would take away the the 4 foot or,
2 feet, I think it is.
no, I think it's for a balcony, it's bigger, right? But whatever, it would, where you were immediately within, let's say, 20 feet of an adjacent living area, that you wouldn't be able to project that balcony. I kind of like
Maybe
that.
this word recessed is a bit problematic. I mean, maybe it should just be said that we don't want the balconies and decks to have the views of adjacent living space, you know? I mean, that would sort of cover it.
Yeah,
they'll
I think that's
always
more
have
draconian.
that, yeah. They'll always have a view, because all,
Yeah. To me, what we're doing is we're saying that you can't, what's the word, going into the setback?
project,
Project into the,
encroach.
Encroach, thank you. I knew there was a good word.
I was
Thank you.
projecting because I'm
Yeah.
hanging over.
But, so here's a proposal that, you know, where there is a living area within 20 feet, that the upper floor balconies and decks cannot encroach into the setback within 20 feet of adjacent project, existing adjacent living areas. That's a pretty small case, but it's an important case when somebody's got an outdoor, you know, private area.
Is
and-
it 20 feet of their living space to your building, or is it 20 feet from the property line to the building?
I don't know.
I think it should be separation between buildings. It wouldn't be fair for one R30 project to build within 10 feet of the property line and run it with living room windows and balconies and all that. And then the next R30 site comes in and wants to build to, you know, if they both respect a 10-foot setback, they have 20 feet between
Yeah.
adjacent balconies, adjacent living rooms, whatever they
Yeah.
might be. But
Just
just 'cause
building to building.
building to building is, in my mind.
I agree with that. Yeah, and that's a good example where if you had 20 feet project setback and you can encroach 4 feet on both sides, we could end up with balconies very close to each other, you know. Say hi to your neighbor right there. But if you had a 20-foot radius that you had to keep free, then it would limit that the balconies would, at least, the intent would be for this to make the balconies then in future projects offset
Yeah.
the encroachment balconies.
Yeah.
And
Or they
is-
could-
is the intention of this, was it a problem in the past that a balcony that extended got overloaded with people watching something, and then there was a structural failure? Is
No,
that
no.
why we want it
No.
recessed?
No, I think this was a
Simply privacy?
privacy, yeah. And privacy and airspace and just getting too many projects close to each other. I think the main reason was privacy.
So maybe we don't need to specify whether it's a projecting balcony or a recessed balcony. We just say maintain a 20-foot clear space between balconies and any adjacent structures or balconies.
Yeah. The only reason that if they really had to put a balcony there, they could always go back to a non-encroaching.
Well, that's
And
what I'm saying, is so it doesn't matter whether it's recessed or projected. You just say, if you can show a recessed balcony that doesn't encroach 20 feet or doesn't exceed 20 feet.
I think what you just described said that if the neighboring property has a 4-foot encroachment balcony on a 10-foot setback, then it's 6 feet from the property line. And then
I see.
they wouldn't be able to even put a balcony even flat. And what I'm saying is, I'm only limiting the project's ability to put a encroaching balcony.
Right.
So that one balcony that's already encroaching is an offset immediately opposite or within 20 feet of another one.
Sure. You should always be able to build to your setback.
Yes.
Right.
That's where I'm going.
Probably we should let staff word it in such a way that it ensures privacy and move on, maybe? We're getting low
Yeah,
on time.
yeah, Yep. I think, Jennifer, you heard what we just said about it's really the encroachment issue only.
Yep.
And so it's for privacy, so. Okay. Let's see, we on to page 64. Let's see, are we into 59? Oh, you're old. Signs. On signs, would the commission be interested in basically eliminating backlit can signs? Is there a good use for backlit can signs?
Backlit can signs.
Yeah.
I missed that. Have we,
We currently discourage them in the guidelines. This is really more a commercial thing, though, I guess, than a residential.
Correct.
Okay, so skip that. And on 621, I guess I'm into lighting, so. We on, what page we on?
66, I seem to be on.
66. Yeah, 621. Oh, I thought, yeah, exterior lighting shall be directed and shielded to prevent glare to the adjacent properties or streets. That got struck out. Is there a reason for that?
There's a, let's see. So outdoor lighting shall be hooded, fully shielded and aimed downward will be the direction in the shielding. And then minimizing glare and light trespass beyond the project site is the second part of that.
Okay, but there was a line that you took out completely. I guess the concept is it's been replaced by the
This.
new verbiage in 621.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, anything on 66? 60?
I have a question. Are these guidelines or standards? Because there's some, it says standards and guidelines, but I'm not sure
Should,
which
yeah.
ones are which.
It's the standard, I need to separate it again. This one's the standard. There's only one standard for lighting.
Oh, and then, can I not see it at the top of the page? Does it say guidelines at the top?
Nope, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Because there's a couple of shoulds.
Yes.
And those would be in the guidelines section of the lighting. So 6.2 will get broken in two. One will be a design standards, the other one will be a design guidelines, and most of them go into the guidelines, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything on 67? Okay, moving into landscape. Page 68. 7-3. And I'm assuming where it says general standards, it'll be design standards, just like that had a unique word added, so.
So for 7.1.2, it says native plant materials should be used adjacent to native areas and when consistent with fire safety requirements. I think they should be encouraged more than that. But didn't we already have some discussion about, we're going to have a discussion about native plants in the future?
Yeah.
So will this be amended then, after that discussion, if we, yes? Okay.
I think it would be potentially municipal code too, at that point.
And I
Right.
mean, one of the 731s we have listed here is finally putting 50% of all landscaped areas shall include Southern California native species.
And would we, I know we've done this before, as measured by planting area?
Mm-hmm.
Just so that, you know, I put in one huge, I want to make sure it's by area, not by
Right.
plant count.
And I
Throw out
mean-
500 seeds, that's 500 plants.
And if,
Isn't
you
it
know-
landscaped area already stated in there, though? 50% of all landscaped areas, so.
Oh,
that
yeah, I guess, yeah.
Shall
okay.
be
Yep.
included.
Correct.
well, they shall include Southern California native species. So I could have half of my landscaped area mainly ice plant, but it also includes Southern California native species.
So shall be California?
Yeah, it
native?
should be exclusively, right? Or, you understand, it says shall include, well, that means it could include half, you know, some 10% of the plants in that half area could be Southern California. The other 90% could be anything else. It just needs to say that only, I think, shall include only Southern California native species, so that 50% by area are Southern California native.
So I think the intent, the way it was written, is that it would be, if it's, let's say, a total of X square feet of landscaped area, that half of that would need to have native species. So let's say a lot of it is grass.
Yeah.
That's not native. So that could be 50% of your open space right there is just grass, and then the rest of it would be native species.
Yeah.
And like a xeriscape in all throughout the rest of the complex.
Yeah.
Is how it was done, not to say that this little patch of landscaping over here needs to have 50% native, and this patch over here needs 50% native. It was of the entire landscaped area.
Yep. So maybe change all, total landscaped area shall, yeah, and I think you take out include and just shall be Southern California native species.
Yeah,
The word include leaves wiggle room potentially for somebody to include something else with that in that same 50% allocation.
Okay.
Yeah.
The item before this, all portions of the site, developed site not occupied by buildings, parking, or circulation shall be landscaped. Would this preclude someone from a protected natural habitat that they just don't grade at all? Could it just be natural?
oh, yeah. So instead of those three things listed, or a protected open space.
Or
can take off.
natural
Yeah,
landscape.
I said
Or left.
protected. I don't think it has to necessarily be deed restricted anyway, but it could be
Yeah.
native chaparral that you just didn't even change.
So where it says shall be landscaped or native or native.
Or natural,
Yeah.
So what about like a swimming pool or something else? That's not building, parking, or circulation. All portions of the developed site not occupied by buildings, parking, or circulation shall be landscaped. Also taking into account other things on the ground.
I think in this case, landscaped is referring to both planting, hardscape, pools, like, you
It's
know,
hardscape too.
Is it?
I would think.
I thought circulation was
can-
a hardscape, but
Oh, it does say circulation. I don't know.
So yeah, circulation would be the hardscape, but we could say buildings and amenities, or, you know, the associated amenities, or,
And I think we still need to think about the landscaped or natural,
Yep.
because that,
I-
my back lot that grows weeds each year is natural, and
I don't know the
There's no
purpose
landscaping
of
at all.
this section, this one,
Pardon me?
this one, 731, I would take it out. Because to me, it's not, what are we trying to tell people to do? They have to plant something on everything?
I guess you're saying you couldn't grade the site and leave it bare dirt.
Well, then say that.
Yeah.
I think this is, the way it's written doesn't achieve the intent that I agree with your intent. And so graded land shall not be left
All disturbed land should be,
unplanted or, you know, I like the way you said it, actually, Steve, so, that you can't leave it ungraded but untouched.
yeah, I feel like there's probably a more official way to say
If
that.
it's natural, because obviously, if you wanted to make it native again, native landscaping like we're requiring, that's considered landscaping because you're restoring the landscape with native plants, so that's acceptable. But if it starts out natural and it stays natural, then I don't want to say it has to be landscaped either. So the real intent, I think, is just what you said. If you disturb the land, you just have to restore it to something, either with a pool or with a building or with parking or with circulation or with landscaping.
Is it close to where it was, how as it was before it said developed site? Maybe it just need to say disturbed site. All portions of a disturbed site or altered site shall be occupied by buildings, parking, circulation, or landscape.
How about all disturbed ground not occupied by building, parking, or circulation? A building,
Disturbed site
what'd you
area.
call them? Associated amenities, parking or circulation shall be landscaped or restored to natural, or something.
Yeah. Restoring natural, yeah, that was considered landscaping or.
Yeah, I was just trying to be
Yeah.
really
But
clear.
that's the intent.
But the whole thing I like about what you had said is that you've now taken the undisturbed off the table, and no longer do you have to do something actively with it.
Right, you
Yeah.
could just leave it, and it's, yeah.
Is that clear, Jennifer? So can I reword it one more time? Yeah.
All the way.
Is your microphone on?
No, it was not.
Oh, okay, no.
Are we keeping the word portions? All? Or the?
I think
No,
you could
all
say
disturbed,
site area.
all
Okay.
disturbed ground. Not occupied by building amenities, parking, or circulation shall be landscaped.
So I was thinking if we said all disturbed ground shall be occupied by buildings, amenities, parking, circulation, or landscaping.
I like the way it was, because
Okay.
you're basically saying the leftovers shall be landscaped and not left undisturbed.
Okay.
Everybody else? Thumbs up? Okay, I got 5 minutes left. Are we going to make it, or do we need a few minutes extra?
I have no further comments.
So,
I can
can we
make-
go back to page 3? I'm just kidding.
I could make
Oh,
it in
I
5
was
minutes.
This is the last page, isn't it?
Yeah, 69.
Yeah, it's the last page. It's right here.
Let's look at the landscape design matrix.
Okay.
Yep, last page.
So are
Could we-
we,
could
are
we
we
add
voting
extra-
to extend 15 minutes? Is that what you're saying?
That's all I'm saying, yeah. Just so we have enough time to get through this without,
I'll make a motion that we extend this meeting tonight by 15 minutes.
Second.
okay. Any discussion? Call the question. Where is it? It's not letting me vote. Some reason it's not,
She hasn't said it yet.
okay.
There she goes.
Well, they have signal. I don't.
Now it's a motion in progress.
I don't have anything in front of me, so. Nope. My system is out to lunch, so we can just. Yes. Okay. So point system. What about giving extra points for like 75% native, Southern California native, or even 90% Southern California native?
Yeah, that sounds worthwhile.
I
How many
would at
points?
75.
Yeah, I thought 50%, 75%, and 90. Nobody's going to go 100 necessarily, and but I thought why not give an extra few points?
For a new one?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So, whether it's 1 or 2 points for each one of those, I don't know. And then you had
Isn't the table breaking over the next page?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just the one. I just wanted to make sure that we could see this first. Sorry, one more time. I'm going to add a new one, correct, for native?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually 2. If you hit 75%, you get another 2 points, and if you hit 90%, you get another 2 points. That's my proposal.
Yeah, I'd accept that.
It works for me.
And then I'll wait for you to, we'll give you a second.
I can't spell.
It's getting too late.
Okay, and then how many points?
2 and 2. There we
You
go.
do the same?
Yeah, so once you hit 75, you get 2 more points. When you hit 90, you get the 75 plus the 90 for 4 points total. That's the intent, so it'd be 2 and 2. If you hit 60 or 77, you only get 2 points. Or 89, you get 2 points.
Because I see your logic.
No,
So
no,
if
no.
you hit 90%.
You leave it at 2.
If you hit 90%, you've also hit 75%.
Correct.
Okay. So I could go here and here to get my 4.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then the vegetated roof cover, where is that?
It's at the bottom.
Yeah. I would want to see that somehow ratioed to the lot coverage. Like 25% of the lot coverage is 1 point, 50% of the lot coverage is 2 points, 75% is 3 points. So in other words, if I put, what's a vegetated roof? Is it a little 2 by 2 foot square patch on a 1,000 square foot roof? I think there needs to be some correlation between lot coverage of the building and the vegetated roof. And I think we can have 1, 2, and 3 points for each one of, for different thresholds that you hit.
Yeah,
Anybody?
much like you did with the 75 and 90%. That makes good sense. So it's
Yeah,
like,
I was going to suggest maybe we give them more points.
I was going to say the same.
give them more.
Give them more points, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be a lovely thing to see in our town.
So so I said 25, 50, and 75%, because I don't think practically you could ever hit 100. What do you think would be the points for each one of those thresholds?
Maybe 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
If you got,
So would it be additive to 6?
To 6? Yeah,
Just,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
if-
yeah, yeah.
if you did 75,
if you
you
got
would get
75% of the
total 6.
roof, you get 6 points.
Okay.
Hey, just to
That seems a
reflect
little
back,
excessive, but I'm not opposed to it though
we
either.
had 2 points on the articulation for roofs being light-colored to reflect rather than absorb solar heat. These are kind of conflicting, you know.
Yeah.
Will you get more points vegetating them or painting them white?
Well, I
Yeah.
think,
Well, but they're different, well, they're out of different totals.
Yeah,
I
true,
think-
but.
I think it's just a choice.
Yeah.
ma-
I'm-
how
I'm
many
good with it.
you required, 16 altogether?
It should probably be more because we're going to raise the number
Yeah.
of possibles by quite a bit.
Yeah.
So a fully vegetated roof could generate 4 points towards your,
Well, they're
Why-
saying 6.
Well, maybe you go 1, 1, and 2 or something, if you want to
I
do
would
that.
be more in that line, because I'm just looking at how big the others are, and
The roof has solar on it usually, so got to leave room for solar.
true.
well, I
But,
guess,
but that can go on the ground too. It all depends on where it goes.
and you can get your points elsewhere.
I think the important thing is to think about runoff from hardscape, that if you cover a live roof over 75%, you're reducing runoff from that roof. That it's now going into essentially plants. So there's advantages there. And the solar can go somewhere else, over the parking or over, who knows where, backyard.
Did I
That's
do
why-
this correctly?
It looks,
Yes, to me, it looks correct.
Yep. And do we want to give points for, this is permeable surfaces instead for like parking or anything like that?
Permeable paving's definitely desirable.
Yeah,
does it fall under a landscape standard?
that I didn't know. Maybe it doesn't, maybe not tonight.
Yeah,
Well, we'll have future bites at this, I'm sure.
I got a feeling you're
Okay.
correct.
I just threw it out there for a discussion. Okay, any other comments on this? I threw a bunch at you, but
No?
okay. Shall we move on? Page 70? That's guidelines, 71. '72. And, well,
Sorry, not there. There I
I
am.
didn't have anything. All right, no. 73. Guys are getting quieter the later the night goes. 74. Yeah. The only question I had about 74 was the BMPs, and were there any design guidelines we wanted to enforce on how BMPs are done?
I think they're too technical and very, like, it's
Yeah.
based on the soil condition, all sorts of different criteria.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're all driven off the BMPs and not off. It's been interesting to watch. If you ever go over to La Costa Town Square, I was involved in a lawsuit against them, and one of the things they came back with, they took out a bunch of ephemeral streams that were there, and they replaced them with essentially BMPs to recharge the groundwater. And if you go look at them today, they're not operating correctly. They're all dead plants, or not all, quite a few. But then I look at what was just done on Morning Sun with the, what do they call the green streets, I think it is. It's really cool. And they've got different cascading, not ponds, what do you call them? Retention areas with grasses and different plants and overflows, and it goes down. And my only thought is, did we want to put in place design review? Because today, the way it's built is hard square curbs. And I guess you have to do that to make them operate correctly and last long-term, so. I don't have any answers, I was just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I don't have any answers for that tonight, but I do agree that we should address it. But not tonight.
Okay, so 75, blank page? Nope. So we done? So do we need to, do we have to do a resolution or anything tonight? There's nothing, we just gave you our input and it'll come back in the future, right? Or,
I would ask that you continue to the next meeting.
okay.
Because
so-
there is a resolution, and so the recommendation obviously is to adopt, but you did have a number of changes. I didn't make any of the changes from previous, so the idea would be that we'd bring back that final version for your adoption at the next meeting.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to continue this date certain to December 16th, at which point we'll get a resolution.
I so move.
Second?
Okay, so motion second. Any discussion?
Second.
Call the question.
Bruce, you're always holding this up.
You got it?
My screen is blank.
Oh, how weird. Okay. So the vote passes unanimously.
Okay. Okay, so, next, future agenda items added by planning commissioners. Seeing none. Planning commission reports? None. City planner reports?
None tonight.
Okay, and with that, we are adjourned. Thank you. And our next regularly scheduled meeting is December 16th. And this meeting is now adjourned to the regular planning commission meeting of December 16th, 2021 at 6 PM. Thank you.
Far out.